recording to the right thing?
It's on now.
If you selected record to the cloud, that should be fine. And then I started the stream on YouTube as well.
Okay, that's what I couldn't see before. Thank you. Okay.
Is my voice loud enough?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, as chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a revenue work session. Please note, there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listening contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice of this meeting complies with House Rules RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@lake.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting. Assisting us, Christopher Shea and Brad Greenland. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call of attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Representative Bernstein, take the roll.
Thank you, Representative Major. Good morning, everyone. Representative Patrick Abrami.
There's a sound check too. Is this any better?
I can hear you.
It's not any better. Okay.
You're of a lower volume than everyone else, though, Pat.
All right. I tried changing a setting. Anyway, I'm here on Stratham at home. My wife's in the house.
Representative Mary Griffin. Representative Griffin. Representative Jordan Olery.
Here, home with my wife someplace in the house.
Representative Ober. Representative Ober. Representative Fred Doucette.
Good morning, here in Salem alone.
Good morning. Your clerk, Alan Burstein, is here in Nottingham, New Hampshire, in my home office by myself. Representative Robert Elliott.
Here with my wife in the house somewhere.
Representative John Janigian.
I'm here in Salem with my wife and daughter somewhere in the house.
Representative Herschel Nunez.
Good morning. I'm here and my better half is in the house.
Representative Timothy Baxter.
Thank you, Representative. I'm here in my house alone.
Representative Walter Spilsbury.
Here in my home in Charlestown, my wife and son are elsewhere in the house.
Representative Paul Tudor.
Here in Northwood in the cellar, wife and grandkids are upstairs.
Representative Susan Almy.
Here in Lebanon, and I am alone.
Representative Richard Ames.
I'm here in Jaffrey and I'm alone in my home office.
Representative Thomas Southworth.
I'm here alone in my house in Dover.
Representative Dennis Malloy.
Morning, I am in my home in Greenland and my spouse is in the house temporarily for now till she goes to work.
Representative Thomas Schamberg.
Tom Schamberg here in Wilmot and my wife Joanne is in the house.
Representative Edith Tucker.
I'm here alone in Randolph.
Representative Jenny Gamarlo.
I'm here alone in my kitchen with my husband outside.
Representative Tom Laufman. Representative Laufman. Representative Amanda Gorg.
Good morning. I am by myself in my home office.
Representative Mary Hacken Phillips.
Good morning. I am home alone in Hanover with my 2 dogs.
Representative James Murphy.
Good morning. I'm here in Hanover, in my house with my wife and daughter elsewhere in the house.
Representative Norman Major.
Good morning. I'm here in my home in Plasto, and my wife is in the house.
Great job, everybody. Nobody had their mute button inadvertently pressed. And there's 21 of us here. 3 of us are not here. Back to you, Norm.
Would you just check on Representative Griffin again?
Representative Mary Griffin, are you in the house? I'm not seeing her. Let's check the attendees. There's no phone numbers, but I do see Jerry Stringham's name. Good morning, Honorable Jerry Stringham.
Okay.
Norm, before we get started, please.
Yep.
One little thing, the pet dog of Aaron and I forgot her name, Megan, is expecting a son.
Oh, wow.
Mazel tov.
Earth shattering.
A brother.
Is it going to be named Snowball?
I have no idea. It was just an announcement I saw in one of my postings today. But other than that, might as well start with a happy note, I think. June.
Okay. Today starts the work on revenue estimating. And we're going to start off, before Chris starts, with Chris Shea, who's our legislative assistant budget director, and he'll go through the worksheets. We're not going to make official estimates today. All we're going to do is really go through the process. We're going to bring in each of the agencies head. They will explain, again, they go through the history of the revenues and what they estimate the revenues are going to end up with this year, FY21, and their best estimate at this point in time on FY22 and 23. And so, not Representative Shea, Chris Shea, it's yours.
Thank you, Representative Major and members of the committee. Representative Major had asked me to set up your revenue estimating worksheets and to schedule today and tomorrow to be a time when you can go over the worksheets and have agencies available to answer any questions you might have as you're looking at these revenues and thinking about how you want to do your estimates. So he wanted me to start with just showing you what the documents are and kind of how they're set up. I sent an email on Friday to everybody with all the documents. You should have received 3 PDFs. One was an agenda, one was a PDF of the worksheet, and one was a PDF of the highway fund estimates, and then an Excel worksheet that is the estimating worksheet that you can play in and add and subtract numbers and make adjustments as you would like to do. So what I'm going to do is share my screen and just kind of walk you through the estimating worksheet, just so you can understand what I did there. So are you seeing the tab DRA high-low estimate?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a little small.
All right, let's see if I can, it's a full size on my screen, so I don't know what I can do.
And while he's doing that, I encourage members of the committee to don't hesitate to ask questions, interrupt them. This is a learning process for you and for all of us.
Chris, if you zoom it.
Yeah. Now is that much larger?
Yes.
All right. So to start with, what I did is I took DRA came to you last week and presented what their potential estimates are for the different revenue sources that you would be looking at collected by their agency, which is typically the business taxes, the meals and rooms, tobacco tax, interest and dividends, communication services tax, utility tax, and the real estate transfer tax. One of the interesting things you have going on this year with your revenues on a cash basis is that $30 million of revenue that shows up on a cash basis is going to be backed out at the end of the year because it was money that was due in fiscal year 20, not 21. So on this page here, and I'll just go to row 4 or row 9, which is 4 here. You'll see that for 21, you have a low of 799.8 for the business taxes. That removes the $18.3 million that was the cash that's going to be going back to fiscal year 20. And so that's how I grew based on the percentages provided by DRA, the revenues for 22 and 23. So this is just a one page for you to look at with all these, the DRA revenue sources, and you can see what percentage it was growing by. So the low number, 799.8, in fiscal year 22 was growing by 1%, so 101% of your previous year. And then the high for fiscal 22 was growing by 3% over the high of fiscal year 21. And that same pattern is followed throughout this table here.
Okay, let me stop there.
Yep.
When the DRA comes in and they present the 799.8, you want to know why is it 799.8 and what makes up that number? And why isn't it lower or higher? Ask those questions. In the same way for the 824.2. Why did you pick this and what's the reason behind it?
Could I just ask Chris, you said that you took on the anomalies out of on line 10C, 799.
Representative Volman, you went mute.
Did you take them out of column D as well?
Yes, yeah, yep.
And that's the right thing to do because if those anomalies were there and you projected growth or decline in the coming years, you'd have the wrong base to start with. So
Now I have a question. You just referred to those as anomalies. I thought they were just payments that were received because of that July 15th federal tax date that people got confused with. So is it an anomaly or just in the wrong year?
It's in the wrong year.
It's in the wrong year.
But the DRA has been calling them anomalies.
And I think that that's the nomenclature that's been used since they've identified that. So it's not just DRA using that now. It's an anomalous receivable that was due in fiscal 20 that ended up in fiscal 21. And then I think Commissioner Stepp had explained to you that there's that 60-day window after the close of the fiscal year where there's adjustments made to your revenues, and that's when they determined that revenue should have been or would have been collected in fiscal year 20 if the federal government hadn't extended the filing date to July 15th for your federal taxes. So barring any changes like that, you would have collected that revenue in fiscal year 20 and not seen it in 21. So what we're trying to do is smooth out the estimates for you here so you don't overestimate potentially what you might be seeing in future years. I don't know if that helps or hurts, but that's the explanation.
Chris, is that 18 just a part of the 30 million anomalous that was attributable to July and August?
Yeah, yep. So if you look at the DRA presentation from last week on page 56, I believe, of their presentation, there's a table that shows the various amounts attributable for that anomalous revenue for each of the revenue sources.
Yep.
And then that's taken out for each one of those.
Okay.
Go to page 57 of that same their same presentation. You'll see where they've already accounted for those anomalies or that receivable revenue by removing it. And these numbers should all tie to that.
Thank you.
If they don't, let me know. I also resent the documents this morning just before this meeting to you, in case people didn't see it on Friday when I sent them. So it's good. And I'm using the House Ways and Means group email to send the documents. They're also available on our website in the PDFs. I didn't put the Excel up. So that's how you get the taxes or the revenues that DRA is going to be speaking to. That's how I come up with those numbers. And then I bring them into the next tab, which is the GF ETF, which is General Fund Education Trust Fund worksheet. And you see here the business taxes. For 21, you should see the agency low and high should tie to the number that's in the table on the previous tab. And the same with 22 and 23. On the worksheet, we also provide you fiscal year 2020. We give you the official plan. So what was anticipated at the time the revenue estimates were done. And then what the CAFR showed for actual revenue coming in. Understanding that the official plan is on a cash basis. The CAFR is on a modified accrual basis. So they're slightly different, but the CAFR number, it becomes your official revenue number. You know, that's the number everybody will speak to, that the state collected X dollars. But everything you do on row 9 and below are typically on a cash basis. For the other agencies that provided you estimates, such as Liquor Commission, I took their number. So for fiscal year 2021, they had an estimate of 129 million. And because they didn't provide a range, I just put that both as the high and the low. And so you will see that with most agencies outside of DRA did not provide a range. So you'll just see the same number in the low and high estimate. And then that goes through each of your unrestricted general fund education trust fund revenues. On row 4 of the worksheet, you're going to see Gen and ETF, or just Gen or ETF. And that just tells you that that revenue source either goes totally to the general fund, totally to the education trust fund, or is split in some manner between the two funds. But as you do your estimates, you typically will do them as a total. And then after, I will try to do an approximate split or an estimated split between the education trust fund and the general fund. So just the same pattern repeats for the highway. So there's a worksheet. You've got the fiscal year 20, and then you got the 21, 22, 23 estimates. If there's a range, it shows. And there is in the highway fund, and it's only in the motor vehicle estimates. And that's because there was different estimates provided by Judicial Branch and the Department of Safety on what they thought would come in for those revenues related to what Judicial Branch collects, actually. And there's a one-page sheet that I had also provided that kind of gives you a little bit more detail so you can see some of the split. Less detail than what Safety provided you in their page, but more detail than this page provides you. And then the last place you're going to do estimates is on the Fish and Game unrestricted revenue. And again, they provided a single estimate for each year, so there's no high or low. And as I stated, for each of these revenue sources, I've tried to schedule on the agenda to have the agencies available to you as you're discussing them. So this morning, DRA is available as soon as I stop speaking. So if there's any questions that you have, related to any of this information here on this page where you see the ranges that I put based on their information, they're happy to help you understand why they did what they did. But this is really a time for you to, I think to talk with each other and kind of understand, why the revenues are what they are. At 11:30, Health and Human Services will come into the call, and they'll be available to talk about recoveries if there's any questions related to that. And then this afternoon at 1 o'clock, we have the Highway Fund, and I've got the Department of Safety, Judicial Branch, and Department of Transportation all going to be on the call at 1 o'clock. And then once you're done with Highway Fund discussion, Judicial Branch will discuss its revenue that you see, the court fines and fees on this page here, which is column I. So that's all I have at this point. Once you start making estimates, as the committee starts to talk about and say, we believe in fiscal year 21, we should end the year in the business taxes at 800 million. And then in 22, it's going to be 820 million. And in 23, it's going to be 850 million. I'll populate the cells for the House Ways and Means estimates and provide you a new worksheet each time you work so that you can see what you've discussed. Again, this is just a worksheet. It's not the official document that will be voted on. By the committee may vote to say, yep, we agree to these estimates. And from there, typically what's happened in the past is that you put together a House resolution with your revenue estimates that you bring to the full body. And then earlier in the call, I think Representative Grimarlo was asking, what do you do after you basically do your initial estimates? And Representative Major indicated, and as in past years, the committee has typically come back in May and June to revisit its revenue estimates. March and April are 2 large months of revenue, particularly with the business and I&D taxes. Insurance comes in then. So really we consider those kind of make or break months. And then June is a large estimating month. So that's all I really have at the moment, unless there's any questions for me.
Chris, can you go to page 6 and explain column R?
Oh, in the highway fund?
No, in the general education trust fund.
The total?
Yes.
So that's the total of all the revenue estimates that you've made. They're not split out by in this worksheet. I haven't split them out by by education trust fund or general fund. This is just the total general fund revenue, unrestricted revenue that will then be used by finance committee to appropriate in places where you see general funds are needed.
So on your Excel worksheet,
yep,
in the communication tax of $1 million, that will automatically populate a change in column R.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So the only calculation that's occurring is in column R. That's going to total everything across from A through Q will be totaled across the bottom, and you'll get a total for your estimates.
And you're able to see what does the estimate for FY22 look like for FY21 and the actual for FY20.
Yep.
That'll tell you if the total revenues are going down or going up or staying the same, or how much. And with the Excel worksheet, you'll have the ability to do that.
President Major, could I just add something that some people don't understand? We have to put a single number into the sheets for each year in the end, because we have to give a single number for the total in the end to the finance committee. It goes into the budget as a single number in the end.
Yep.
And if I might, Representative Major, the committee is working on or focused on unrestricted revenues.
Yes.
These are the general fund. Education trust fund revenues go into the education trust fund and are used for adequacy payments or adequate education payments, as well as this last year they were used for special ed and tuition and transportation and building aid. That's the first time, this last budget was the first time that the education trust fund was used for that. In the past, it's been the general fund. And that was decided during the last legislative session. But anyways, so there's other revenues that go into the budget that are already restricted or already have a purpose. So your budget, your revenues or your appropriations are typically over a biennium, $13.2 billion that was for this last biennium, or the biennium we're in right now. So you had revenues and federal dollars that were helping support that you don't necessarily estimate. So I just wanted to mention that because you may be thinking about, you're in Department of Employment, Environmental Services, and you're thinking about wetlands and the programs there. How are they being funded? Well, they have dedicated funds, and they come to the Finance Committee with a suggested budget. And if the legislature votes on that, that's how much money is appropriated from their dedicated fund that they can spend. Now, there are funds that are continually appropriated that the legislature has asked agencies to spend as they need to, but those are only allowed through statute.
Right. When you look at the budget process and look at House Bill 1, House Bill 1 will have budget for each of the agencies, and there'll be a total appropriation. And then it will say the revenues will be so much from the general fund, so much from the, so much from whatever other funds there are. And we'll deal primarily with the general fund.
Correct.
Representative Major, I have a question.
Yes.
Getting back to this question of a single number or a range, for sure, in the end, it's a single number that goes into the budget, and that in the end, Ways and Means has to come down in a single number. But what I'm wondering about is earlier on, we're early in the process, and if it becomes evident that this committee sees a significant range of possibility and is uncertain, it seems to me that it would be helpful to finance to know that and to express our estimate at that early juncture as a range. And also an historical thing, I may be misremembering, but in the last session, when we were confronted with so much uncertainty, didn't we send forward a range?
Representative Major, could I answer that?
Sure.
We agreed to send ranges as the update to the revenues was it the fall or the late or June?
It was in June, Representative Olney.
Yeah, in June. And we sent our estimate of how bad or how decent the revenues could get. It was pretty grim in those days. So that's the first time I think that we've ever done that. And I hope it will be able to be the last, but we might want to do that later on. For instance, when a Representative Major starts arguing with the Senate about the revenue estimate, which is not a fun thing to do, if he has a range in front of him, he can feel a little bit more comfortable maybe about going up to where they want to go.
Okay, our first battle is to get the budget through the House. And I'm in constant communication with Ken Wiley, who's chairman of finance. And he and I will be talking almost daily on where things are going relative to revenues. They want to know, and we want to share our information with them. So they understand too, this is a work in progress. So, and we need to continue doing that process.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Elliott.
on line 28, am I reading that correctly? Is that $2,850,000?
Yep.
Almost 3 billion. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go on to the next part of this morning's agenda?
Norm, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just on Representative Almy, was that when we did the ranges, Did that become a House resolution, or that was just informational that we gave to everybody?
It was a version of HR on the House resolution for the estimates, but as you know, those HRs go back on the table and they die at the end of the year.
Right.
I can't remember if we can look them up in the history or not, or if they are removed from the system.
Okay. I just want to
Representative
know.
Major, if I might.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you can search the House resolutions just as you would search a bill in the search function on the website, on the general court website. And it was House Resolution, I believe 16, that was your, provided the ranges this summer that you brought to your body and voted on and then tabled them. And as Representative Almy said, at the end of the session, anything that was left on the table dies and goes away. So it starts with a fresh slate with this new session.
Yeah, and the official estimates will be part of when you vote the budget, either in House Bill 1 or if that goes another one. So over the period from February through June, we may come out with a number of different revenue estimates, and whether in ranges or in single numbers, but nothing counts until the final budget is passed, and that becomes the official numbers. So that's why we'll continue working on these until we do get a budget passed. Any other questions, comments? All right, then it's 9:33. We'll go to the revenues collected by the Department of Revenue Administration. Here to talk with us on that is Melissa Rollins, Senior Financial Analyst in the Department of Revenue, and Devin Roderick, Financial Analyst from the Department.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Melissa Rollins, Department of Revenue, and with me is Devin Roderick, Senior Financial Analyst for the department. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And I think Chris has his hand up before I start.
Go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to make sure that the committee understood that the agencies were invited to more respond to the questions you might have. They weren't instructed to do another presentation, though I think if they're just talking about what they provided last week, most agencies can do that. But I just wanted to make sure the committee understood that. My thought was you were going to be discussing the revenues with each other and rely on the agencies for any questions that you might have. But I just want to make sure that was heard, and because some agencies might be surprised when they get on the call and you ask them to present. But I will alert them that you may ask them to kind of review what they provided to the committee last week.
Okay. All right, Melissa, and Devin, it's yours.
Yes, thank you, Chris, for clarifying that. I don't have an official presentation to present. I was just going to wait for you to sort of take your cue on what you'd like from us. However, you did state a few minutes ago that you kind of want us to explain how we got to our high and low ranges. So we're happy to do that if that works for you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then with that cue, I'll start with business taxes, and then we can pause after that and see if there's any questions. So as Chris stated, I don't know if it'd be helpful for Chris to have his screen shared for the taxes or not.
Yes.
So you do want me to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they're going to go through them. One.
Yep. One moment. Can you guys see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so if you're ready, I'll get started. So for business taxes on the screen, we have a low and a high, a low of 799.8 with a high of 824.2. I'll start with fiscal year 21 and then we can ask questions and then we can chat about fiscal year 22 and 23 if that works. So for fiscal year 21, these estimates were provided prior to January 15th. I think we had just finished the 15th, but we didn't have all the revenues in from the 15th as it was a holiday. So these numbers have increased slightly. However, the way we got to our low, which we've chatted about this in other estimates, is for business tax, it's a little bit different that we looked at each of the different voucher types. So for the new members on the committee, the voucher types are estimate payments, which are quarterly estimate payments, which are, there's a couple of things to talk about for estimate payments. One, they're the most recent and active payment that we'll receive because they can be paid on the quarter that just ended. So it's more up-to-date information. However, taxpayers can also pay these estimates based on prior year's tax returns. So they're not 100% accurate. And two, they're probably one of the most volatile payments that we receive, as they are just a paper form with no information coming in. They are an estimate and they can result in either too much or too little taxes paid. But again, it does give us some inside information as to how business taxes are potentially performing. We also have returns and extension payments. These are payments that are filed when the return is due for calendar years. That's March and April. These payments, return payments, obviously are truing up the payment that was short based on their estimate payments. And then extension payments are similar to an estimate, as they are just an estimate of what the final payment should be. It does not come in with a return. The return is due 7 months later, and it can result in a refund when that return is filed 7 months later. And then we have tax notice payments, which are essentially bills that were sent out to taxpayers who underpaid their tax liability. And lastly, we have refunds, which are just essentially overpayments of taxes, where they asked for the funds back. So when we did our fiscal year 21 estimate payments for the remaining year, we looked at those different voucher types. And based on what we had seen from March estimate payments through current, for the low, we adjusted our estimates down -3%. Compared to prior year, and returns and extensions were down -18% from prior year. The -18% is equivalent to what we saw back in the last recession. Even though we know these are different, there were some similarities in how payments were flowing in, and then we made some adjustments to account for the economic condition. So that's our low range. That low range with the anomalous receivable gets us to about 2% ahead of plan. And then looking at the high range, we did the same sort of exercise where we looked at the different voucher types to sort of adjust that because they're reflecting different activity during the year. And we had that where estimates were flat, and then returns and extensions were a decrease of 9%. So we sort of cut that 18% in half. And that's because what we're looking at currently coming in with the anomalous receivable removed, we're about 17% ahead of plan. However, we still have a good chunk of revenue to come in for the business taxes. And the returns that are due in March and April, those are the returns that are fully affected by the COVID pandemic. And we're not sure at this point, based on estimates and the increase in revenue, if those estimates are flowing in based on prior year revenue. So again, taxpayers can make estimates based on their prior year tax liability as long as they pay 100% of it. So if it's based on that, and then they're going to true up those payments when their returns are filed, meaning they will have refund requests in March and April. And those returns and extension payments will be down, or if they're going to flow in as is with just a slight decrease. So that's where our ranges are coming in to be 2% to 6% ahead of plan for the low and high. Happy to answer any questions for fiscal year 21 estimates or our estimates.
Yeah, I have a question.
Representative Ames.
Yeah, so Melissa, what are we? We're just starting February, and much of the activity, I think that businesses will be paying taxes on in the next several months has already occurred, but some of it has not. And my question goes to to what degree is the revenue that is still going to come in dependent on changes in circumstances that we don't know right now that could occur between now and the end of June. So suppose some major development occurs that I won't even try to characterize, that affects business outlook in some way. To what extent, given that a lot of the revenue that we're going to get is based on things that have already happened, might that change affect what we receive?
So that's a good question, Representative Ames. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that may come up that will drastically change what we've seen already. My thoughts would be that taxpayers are at this point, now that we have completed the year, are sort of looking through their business records and sort of seeing how they've ended up in the year for the year. I think anecdotally, like I said, we've heard that estimates had been made based on prior year's activity, which would not reflect the current COVID situation. And then as we're entering now, what we also have for March and April and June for estimates would reflect current activity. So I think some of the current activity that hasn't happened yet would be if there is, or as that second round of PPP money comes out, that could potentially affect the first and second quarter estimate payments. By how much, I think we're unsure at this point, as it really hasn't gone out yet. Off the top of my head, that's the only thing that I can think of that would affect the current financial environment that that may affect payments, because as of right now, for the returns and extensions for calendar year filers, their activity is basically wrapped up.
Right. Yeah.
Melissa,
Thank you for your very nice answer to that.
that I always kind of worry about is the credit carry forward. And due to the pandemic, what do you think the effect on the credit carry forward will be after March and April results come in? I know that it's been growing every year. I think it's up to about $250,000, $250 million or so. So if you could say a few words on this.
Sure. So first off, for the new committee members, I'll explain what a credit carryover is. So a credit carryover is when a taxpayer pays more than their liability and it's an overpayment. So with that overpayment, they can elect to take those funds in two ways. They can either ask for a refund of that money on file, or they can request to have those excess funds unfiled carry forward to the next year. So that carry forward amount, also known as a credit carryover, is the money that's available for taxpayers to use on the next return or to continue to carry forward on each return. So Representative Major is absolutely correct. The funds that have been carried forward keep growing. I do believe they're around $250,000. I don't have the exact amount in front of me. In the $250 million, sorry about that. Yes, you're right. $250 million. For those funds, so it's hard to predict with this just because, again, we haven't seen a pandemic before, so it's hard to see what taxpayers would be. There could be a potential that these taxpayers could utilize more of those funds on file. So if they come into a situation where their return is due in March and April, and they owe more funds than what they had paid in their estimate payments, they now can utilize those extra funds on file more than they would in a typical year, which then would reduce our returns and extension payments because they wouldn't need to pay. They would just sort of take the money on file that has already been paid to the department. So I think it is a possibility. I think with our reduction of 18% for returns and extensions on the low end and the reduction of 9% for returns and extensions on the high end, I think does take into account some usage of the credit carryovers. However, I always want to note with credit carryovers that although that number is rather large, we do look at that closely, and a lot of the bulk of that money is used up every year. It's sort of a wash, rinse, repeat, where taxpayers utilize that credit carryover on file for their first and second quarter estimate payments, and then they pay third and fourth quarter estimate payments. They have extra money and they carry it forward, and they continue to use that over and over again. So the full extent of the liability is never, $250 million. It's always much less than that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any further questions at this point?
Norm, it's Pat.
Go ahead.
Melissa?
Yeah.
I can't tell if people hear me because my machine is not, microphone isn't working that well, but
You gotta speak louder, Pat.
I'm trying. So this is different than anything we've faced in all the years I've done this. We've come out of recessions and things like that. But usually fundamentals are bad when you're coming out of a recession that created the recession. Fundamentals were good going into COVID. And so the real issue, I think, before all of us is, when is the vaccine going to take hold? Is COVID going to diminish? It's a guessing game as to when we think normality will return. And I'm sure every business is having the same conversation about their estimates. But again, I think it's a little different than coming out of a recession in that the fundamentals are so good. We heard from the economists that there's pent up demand. We heard from the economists that there's a lot of cash on the sidelines waiting to be spent, but nowhere to spend it. So it's not an easy job for you or for us, I think, especially the business taxes, to estimate what the companies are thinking right now. It's more of a comment, but how much of your conversation was around COVID? I can imagine it was quite a bit.
Yeah, great point, Representative Abrami, and I can hear you just fine, just so you know. A lot, a lot, to be honest with you. Very hard to predict taxes during this time, as other states are facing this as well. We've never seen anything like this before. It came on really fast. As Representative, I believe, Almy alluded to earlier, when we were ending June, we really thought we were going to see this huge tank in business taxes and we were going to take massive losses. And then come to find out we were wrong with that, the federal government definitely helped out with some stimulus packages, as did the state of New Hampshire, and it seemed to help support this. And we also saw this really fast trend in change in behavior of where people just shifted. So they shifted from going into stores to going online. And then we saw people being home. So being home in this pandemic, there was a lot of activity at box stores and different home improvement stores to, fix up their homes, which then resulted in a change into the real estate transfer tax. So it's been a guessing game, to be honest with you. Every single month, we just are unsure on how this is going to perform, because we have nothing historically to compare it to. As you said, it's not like a typical recession. It's sort of like a reverse Nike swoop. We were at one point, we dropped way down, then we're coming back up. So it definitely has been a challenge to predict. I think that's where our 22 and 23 numbers come in, where you were asking about the pent up demand and the vaccine. With business taxes, there's sort of that year lag, right, as the returns and returns and extensions are filed a year later based on the prior year's activity, we may see that decrease in those returns and extensions because of that pent up demand, meaning on the other side of it, that people maybe haven't gone out and spent as much money as they typically would. But once things open up and the vaccine comes, we may see more of a growth, and smaller businesses might perform better than they did during the last year.
Okay, we have 3 hands raised. Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Melissa, and thanks for taking my question. With regard to assistance from the federal government, if those loans are forgiven, that income becomes taxable to New Hampshire businesses. Can you explain to me how you factored that into your estimates?
Sure. First off, I want to say you are correct with the PPP money that if those loans are forgiven, we would see that in the business enterprise tax if they spent it on wages. So we didn't apply a particular number to our estimates. However, we did adjust them up further than what we had anticipated seeing of what the loss would be, because we know, and we saw actually, the estimates not drop as far as we had anticipated. So we made an assumption that these estimates are padded with some of the federal stimulus programs as well as the state programs that helped support these businesses in times where they may have been struggling, and we would have seen a further loss in estimate payments. So I think we initially thought we'd see a 12 to 15% loss in estimate payments. We then reduced that to 10% and then reduced it to 3%. And that sort of factors in those funds that were helping out businesses.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Noonan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in to speak with us and help us through this. I'm one of the new guys, so I believe that you sort of touched on an answer that I was going to, for Representative Bernstein. I wanted to talk about the business defaults that happened within the state during the pandemic. I know in our little town here, we had 11 vacant stores in our little town at one time. I know that some of those have come back. But we know that most of our business taxes are collected from our larger corporations. Is there going to be too much of a hit on us from the amount of small to medium businesses that did actually have to default in business and close their doors?
Yeah, great question, and welcome to the Ways and Means Committee. Yeah, so right now, looking at the way the business taxes performed, the large driver of these payments is really the large corporations. They're really pushing this forward. And the smaller businesses, which we are typically the proprietorships, those businesses are not, they make up a much smaller portion of the revenue, but they have definitely been taking a hit. They are not, their returns and extension payments as well as estimate payments have been down pretty consistently every month, where the corporate payments and the larger taxpayers have been seeing an increase. So I do think they are affected, and I hope that they make it out, and I hope that they do well. We don't have a specific breakdown that analyzes those smaller businesses compared to the business. We sort of look at it as an overall whole, because the bulk of the business is carried by the larger businesses. So we do look at them. However, they're not a huge factor in the revenue estimates.
Thank you very much.
Great. Representative Almy, followed by Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we seem to be heading in interesting directions. I have something on top of Representative Nunes' great comment on how much work would it be to, I've got two actually, to separate those who pay only BET from those who pay BET and BPT for instance, on the chart that we get each time that shows us the monthly returns estimates extensions, et cetera, over the last 10 years. It wouldn't have to be like that, but if just for this last year, on those businesses that we have never done this, the businesses that are only paying BET versus the others, because it does seem like we do a lot of talking about how people are going to spend a lot more money on after things start to calm down, whenever that's going to be. But we don't really know what's happening to those small businesses. I think I understand a number of them folded without even doing a bankruptcy. So would that be a lot of work?
No, and actually, Representative Almy, I do have those numbers for tax year 18, which was our last completed tax year. As you know, it takes a couple of years to complete a tax year. So for tax year 18, 41% of the business tax filers filed only BET returns.
Yeah.
43.4% filed both BET and BPT returns. And 15 or 16, rounding 16% filed just BPT returns.
Melissa, can you send that to me and I'll send it to the committee?
We sure can.
If I could follow up on that, how do you get to file just a BPT?
So a BPT would potentially be proprietorships. That's what's coming to mind off the top of my head. So you have somebody who has their own business. They have their gross receipts exceed the 50,000, and then they're not meeting the BET threshold. So remember, the BET threshold is less than the BPT threshold. So they hit the BPT threshold with their gross receipts. They're required to file based on the greater than 50,000, but could potentially have less than the, I'm going off the top of my head, I think it's like 222,000 for BET. They would file the BPT only.
Well, that's really interesting. That includes an awful lot of proprietorships that the person is retiring and they have to sell their interest in what they've been doing, what they owned. And it ends up in BPT because it's a lot of money in 1 year. Known about that one for a while. But in terms of the ones that are filing BET, do we have a way of looking at this past year on what their returns and estimates and et cetera have been?
We would for tax year 18, not for tax year 19 yet, as those are the returns that are going to be filed in March and April for calendar year filers, and then throughout the next year and a half for fiscal year filers.
But could we look at the ones for 20?
20.
Knowing that they are incomplete.
We could take a look at what's been filed so far.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. I had almost word for word the same question as Representative Nunes, but as a follow-up, even though most of the revenue comes from the larger businesses, because of this particular crisis, it just seems we really should be tracking what's happening to our small businesses, just to think about the future of New Hampshire, because the small businesses really are very important, even if they don't have a big impact on revenue. So maybe not for this meeting, but it does seem long-term, we really should try to find out who's coming back, who isn't, et cetera. Thank you.
Okay, well, no more questions at this point. You can continue, Melissa.
Okay, so I'll move on to fiscal year 22 and 23. So fiscal year 22 and 23, we did a growth range of 1% to 3% for 22. And then for 23, we did a growth range for 4% to 6%. For fiscal year 22, that information will still have, people will still be coming out of the COVID pandemic situation. So we didn't think the growth would be as large as 23. We're hopefully, fingers crossed, we're back to some good growth. GDP is expected to be 4.3% for the calendar year in calendar year 2021. And we know that calendar year will be part of fiscal year 22 and then will be more felt in fiscal year 23. So we tempered the growth some in 22 and then picked up the growth in 23. Happy to answer any questions on 22 and 23 for business taxes.
Representative Bromley.
You did say that again for 22 and 23, the GDP estimates that you used and where you got those from?
So the GDP is expected to be 4.3%. That was reported out of Kiplinger. And that was for calendar year 2021. So we tempered that growth in 2022 because that calendar year 2021 will be felt over a couple of fiscal years, with the bulk being in 2023, as we have hopefully full recovery, if not more exceeded recovery, once the pandemic has slowed and we're kind of back to normal.
So that was for a calendar year. Which calendar year was Kiplinger saying?
2021.
Okay.
Over 2020.
Did you use any other future, say, any other GDP estimates from any of the gurus for 22 and 23?
So for the 4.3, I should have explained, Kiplinger takes a look at multiple GDPs, GDP growth rates, and provides an average. So the 1 to 3 and the 4 to 6 was scooping in sort of all of the GDPs that they report on, which was quite a few of them.
I understand that, but how about for future years? Was there a crystal ball for GDP growth in future years?
There was not at this time. I'm not sure as of, this was as of a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Helmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've
You're muted, Susan.
That was
I thought I'd unmuted.
You had, I was putting Norm's hand, Patrick's hand down in it.
Oh, sorry.
Things shift, you're in progress of doing something. Sorry.
Okay. Can you look at the Kiplinger again to see if they put out more estimates for later? But what I'm looking at is the larger corporations have been doing well as far as I can tell. One, because they were really good at pivoting to something that the pandemic needed and could charge a lot more money for it because everybody's in crisis. And the second one is that they've still got all of those corporate tax cuts from the federal tax reform in 17, end of 17. So is there any idea that you've heard in DC that they might be reversing those corporate tax cuts? Or are they operating under the presumption that this is not a good time to reverse anybody's tax cuts?
That's a good question. I haven't heard anything yet. Our predictions are based on what is sort of happening today and hasn't adjusted. If something does change, it doesn't take into effect if there is, if the Biden tax plan changes anything, it just is as of what's going on today. But we definitely keep a close eye on that, and we'll make any adjustments if something were to change.
Just give it a little more time.
Yeah. The other thing that that comes to mind at this point is the variants for the COVID, which are making a lot of the medical personnel very nervous, that there may be mutations that mean that they have to develop new vaccines and set us all back. Were these Kiplinger estimates all before the variant problem came up?
I would say potentially. They were done 2 weeks ago when we created the revenue estimates for your range. So I can't answer that, but I definitely will look into it.
That's great, because I remember trying to look up estimates several years on the web, and most of what I was getting was up to 11 months old. I don't know what Kiplinger uses.
I'd like to start hearing some questions from people new to the committee, if they have them. You'll learn a lot from the questions that those that have been on the committee, but I'm sure that those that haven't been, we have questions. Representative Spilsbury.
Yes, thank you very much for the encouragement, Chairman Major. We heard in testimony last week that the PPP raises a question of debt forgiveness. Debt forgiveness is normally taxable income, but I believe the CARES Act exempted that on the federal level. So we have a potential situation where PPP debt forgiven is taxable at the state level. But on the other hand, I suppose that the qualifying criteria for PPP and for forgiveness was that you have to demonstrate you actually expended it on keeping people employed and certain specific business expenses. So perhaps it's a wash. Somebody was expressing concern that there could be an unanticipated extra tax hit from this. Seems to me, maybe that's not true. And I wonder if it's something you've considered. Does it represent a neutral or a potential increase in tax income?
Sure, great question. I think on my end, you cut out just a little bit here and there. So I'm going to answer it to what I think I heard, but if I miss a section, please feel free to let me know. So yeah, there were some changes for the PPP for the federal level, where they have an exclusion and an inclusion where they exclude it from the gross income, but then they have an inclusion for the deductibility of the PPP. However, we're not a conformity state, so we do not conform. We do static conformity, meaning we do not conform to the most recent CARES Act tax law changes. So that change that the federal government made for the PPP does not currently affect New Hampshire. So we are still, we would still be getting the tax on the business enterprise tax if it was spent on wages, which it seems like it would be, as that was one of the requirements for the loan forgiveness program. We would still be getting those taxes for that. And our estimates for the business tax ranges have included those funds in there. And like I said, as of right now, nothing has changed for the taxability of the PPP for the state of New Hampshire. So our estimates wouldn't be adjusted based on what the federal government changes have been. Did I answer your question?
Representative Spilsbury.
I think you did answer it for the most part. Yes, thank you. You've answered for the most part, but I guess the actual event of forgivability, by and large, has not occurred yet, right?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if that calculation has occurred yet, but it will occur by the time the returns are filed.
Okay. Interesting variable.
Say that one more time, please.
I think it's an interesting variable that obviously wasn't anticipated last year.
Sure, sure is. Okay, Representative Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I don't embarrass myself with this question, but this is going to be a learning process for me.
There's nothing to embarrass you. There's a learning process for everybody.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask the question about last biennium, we put in into statute some triggers that would raise the BET, BPT rates if revenues fell below a certain point. Has any of that set in place, and or is that going to be set in place? And a second half of that question is if there are changes in bills coming through to that statute that may be implemented, what type of proposed effect are we going to look at? Did that make any of that make sense?
Yeah, sure. It's a great question. So for the rate changes, you are correct. The trigger was not met. So because the trigger was not met, the tax rates remain the same as they were. So there's no impact being made to the business taxes because, again, the trigger was not met. So the rate just continues as it has been. And as for future tax law changes, when doing the revenue estimates, we do the estimates based on current law. So if there are changes, for instance, HB 10 that we spoke to, I can't remember if it was earlier in the week or last week. If that is changed, those will be added onto a surplus statement, and those fiscal impacts would be adjusted for fiscal year 22 and 23 based on the fiscal impact that we provided.
That was the answer I was looking for. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for reaching out to us who are new to the committee, but one is an observation and another is maybe a more specific question. Following up on Representative Almey's concerns about when these GDP predictions were made, I would probably bet that they were made well before the more recent CDC and Dr. Fauci concerns regarding the variants have come out. My concern is clearly that these variants are going to be a game changer that we may see in March, in the springtime sometime. And unless there is a significant shift in production of vaccine, booster shots, and even therapeutics, I worry about the first year of the biennium and any revenue, projections upward. And even if we have a significant amount of vaccines out there, the behavior changes are going to take a while to happen. So that's more of an observation, which in my mind speaks to a more conservative approach, at least in the first half of the biennium. My more specific question, I guess, is in the market-based sourcing and single sales factor transitions that we are making, how is that affecting the highs and lows in the estimates that we see from the DRA estimates on revenues? Do they have any impact at all? Is that a naive question? Or I just didn't know if these this transition that we're going through as well has any significant, or how does it have an impact on these estimates, these ranges? Thank you.
So those are some great questions. Yeah, anything from here on out that changes is going to be challenging, because obviously when we do our revenue estimates, it's with the information that we have as of when we do those informations. So if these variants do become a key part and do affect consumer spending and businesses, then it will adjust the revenue estimates. So that's why we build in the range, to make sure we have a low end and a high end to sort of say, where do you think this will fall? And obviously these are just our opinions. So if you don't feel that they have adjusted enough as the committee, you guys have the right to go lower than what we have or higher than what we have. And for your second question, for the market-based sourcing and the single sales, they're really hard to take into account, because market-based sourcing we don't have an estimated impact of what that's going to look like yet. That is going to hit in fiscal year 22, but we have not provided a fiscal impact. So I would say our ranges are accounting just for some growth, but not necessarily anything tied to or attributable to market-based sourcing. And for single sales, we won't see that until fiscal year 23 if it's not postponed by the legislation that has been put forth. And again, single sales is hard to do a fiscal impact on, as there's a lot of volatility there on which way it swings year to year. So fiscal year 23 is what we anticipate the growth to be, the 4 to 6%, but it does not tie directly to single sales.
Thank you. And as a quick follow-up, I was very happy to hear when Representative Gamario asked Representative Chairman Major, the process going forward, because if there are significant changes over the next couple months with regard to the treatment and vaccinations for COVID, we'll at least have a chance to re-review once again in June. So that's hopeful.
Okay, Representative Bromley, and then I have to step away for about 2 minutes and I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify the triggers. Melissa, you had it right, but I just wanted, there's the second half of the trigger that wasn't mentioned. There's really were 2 triggers. We had our estimated revenues, and the compromise was if those revenues fell below a certain percentage, that we would roll back the taxes to the prior year's rates. That trigger wasn't hit. But there was also a trigger that the same percentage going the other way, revenues had to exceed that percentage for the continued tax reductions to happen. That trigger wasn't hit. So the first one was hit, but it wasn't hit. Both weren't hit. Okay. So what that meant was that all of the future tax cuts stopped. That's why there's House Bill 10. House Bill 10 is going to calls for a continuation of those tax cuts going forward. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Just to make another comment on that, Patrick, or Representative Abrami, to be formal. I think there may be confusion about the ongoing, as to whether there's an ongoing trigger. There's not.
Right.
It's history now. The trigger was not met, and going forward, it's part of our past, but not part of our future. I think that's for sure. If I'm wrong, say so.
You're right.
No, you asking me, Representative Ames?
Yeah.
No, it's done. Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm not sure that some of the new people really understand that. I wanted to be clear.
That's why I brought this up.
Yeah.
Good. And that's history now. Basically, what happened when the revenues were finally calculated for last year was that we froze at a rate, and it stopped any future tax cuts that were going to happen. And that's why it required House Bill 10. If we want to continue with those tax cuts as we had planned, House Bill 10 has to be passed. Okay, that's where we're at right now. Thank you.
Representative Alme, and then after that, we can go on to the.
Yeah, I just wanted to close this particular piece with, we knew in June that we were not going to meet the trigger. There was maybe 0.25% chance that something weird would happen and the CAFR would say that we had, but we knew in June.
Okay, Melissa, you can continue on the meals and rental tax.
Sure, thanks. Moving on to the meals and rentals tax, we have a low of 294.7 million and a high of 312.5 million. As you know, the meals and rentals tax has been the hardest hit by COVID out of all of the taxes. Our low is continuing with a 25% loss compared to taxes for February, March, and April, and then slowly coming out of that loss for May and June to negative 19% and then negative 17%, which is reflective of May and June and September and October of the prior year. So our low is taking a deeper loss and saying we're coming out of it more slowly. And then looking at our high, it's more optimistic, saying that February will be a 25% loss. And then we slowly come out of it through March, April, May, and June, with March being a 10% loss compared to compared to plan. And then April, May, and June being a 5% loss compared to plan. January ended, just for some informational purposes, January ended at negative 30% below plan, and January is for December activity. Happy to answer any questions on meals and rentals tax.
Any questions on the meals and rentals? This is the one that's taken the biggest hit.
Yes, I have one, Mr. Chairman.
You raise your hand.
Oh, yeah,
Who's-
sorry.
Who's speaking?
John, Representative Janagian.
Yes, Representative.
So the, Melissa, when you just said 30%, January is 30% below plan. Is that, so it's even worse below, well, compared to January of last year, how much is it down? Or is that what you mean? It's down 30%?
So compared to it's 30% below plan. Plan had some growth built in. So compared to last year, December activity, it was down 23%.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions on the meals and rooms? Wow.
Oh, I have my hand up, Norm, it's Pat.
Representative Brown, it doesn't show up on my screen.
I'm sorry, maybe it went down. So I'm just a random thought here. Maybe we should reach out to the Restaurant Association to give us an idea of how many restaurants they think will not survive all of this. I think that'll give us a pretty good idea, given that most of this tax is restaurants and not hotels. I'm willing to do that if you want me to.
Fine.
I think that'll give us just a gauge of, the recovery rate. The recovery rate may be lower than we think because a lot of the restaurants didn't survive. Thank you.
We can call in somebody who represents the Restaurant Association at our next meeting. Representative Kamalo.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just wondering where Patrick got that information that most of our revenue loss is just from the restaurants. It seems like the hotel industry isn't doing well at all. So do we need to ask them as well, do you think? We have both sets of opinions and figures.
I agree with you, Representative Kamalo.
So do I. All I meant was that 80% of the total revenue was from restaurants.
I actually can
I
give
agree.
you,
Hotels are hurt as well, big time. And so are the car rental places.
I can give you some more information on that if you'd like.
Yes,
So for the month, for the December activity, hotels were down 39.7%, which was a 2% increase in what they were, or excuse me, 2% decrease from what they were down the prior month in November. They're definitely taking a larger hit than the food. Food or restaurants is down 18.6%, and they also gained a percentage point compared to the prior month. So both taxes in December versus November did a little bit better than they did in the prior months. I do want to note, when you look at these different categories, we've talked about this a fair amount in our other presentations, that full service hotels are really taking the biggest hit. So the brick and mortar hotels, that the bigger businesses, they were down 45.9%. But when you look at Airbnbs, you look at, online platforms, people are staying more at those, and those actually the activity was up 13.2%. So they're ahead of prior year where the brick and mortar hotels were down. And then looking at food, again, just this shift in trend, I think, of where people feel comfortable or safe. Full service restaurants were down 27%. Compared to last December, but fast food exceeded last December and was up 3.2%. So those are just some of the shifts and trends that we're seeing, where people are making some different choices versus going out to eat and sitting down in a restaurant. It seems like they're feeling more safe going through a drive-through or staying at maybe a room rental or a full house versus staying at a hotel.
Could you send us the latest information on this, Melissa?
Sure.
Thank you.
I do. Mm-hmm.
Representative Yurley, followed by Representative Almy.
While we're talking about the rooms and meals industry, one of the things I've noticed in our area is several of the restaurants, the small restaurants, have decided to take the month of February off, not because they're not selling meals, but because they can't afford to stay open with the restrictions that are in place. And I'd like to know from the restaurant industry how that affects as well.
Okay, we can have a representative from the restaurant and the hotel industry come in, and we can ask them that question. Representative Almy.
Yes, I think that probably restaurant and lodging is the one that would be keeping the statistics, and that's what Patrick was talking about. But following up on Representative O'Leary, there are a lot of different ways that the restaurants and I guess small hotels have been closing. Some of them that I know personally they've just walked away. They've decided, okay, I'm tired of trying to do a restaurant, and without declaring bankruptcy or anything, they've just gone. And the Restaurant and Lodging Association and anybody else probably is only going to have a general idea of how many of those businesses have quit. You'll recall that there's a lot of turnover, churning in the restaurant business anyway. I can't remember exactly what the numbers are, but something like 30% that get started die within a year, or 50%. And then somebody else tries it, or they try it somewhere else. So it's going to be really difficult to track, but maybe if we asked restaurant and lodging to make their own categories of who they knew had closed and who they knew was still open, and then everything in between or something like that, then we might get the best data we can.
Representative Janine.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just thinking, just more of a comment. It would be interesting when we get someone from the Restaurant Association to come in. One of the questions that would be interesting is, I mean, we've been talking about how people's habits might have changed and they're not going to full service restaurants. However, how much of that is habits or not habits, but just what people feel safe, and how much of it is regulation? That might be something that the restaurant industry could help us with, because if regulation is causing a lot of the downside, we might want to look at, not that we are going to address that, but that would tell us something potentially. Just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hacken Phillips.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Janickian just exactly pinpointed my concern was that consumer psychosis and behavior may not be trailing the actual ability for restaurants and hotels to reopen. If people are not feeling comfortable even after vaccination or, if the continued variants become worse for the COVID strains, I think that consumers may be trailing for quite some time. Demand may not pick up for a longer period of time than we anticipate, even though the regulations, that the government, state of emergency or, the certain types of COVID protocols may be relaxed. Consumers may not match that, appetite for going back to sit down dinners and long weekend stays. So I think that consumer behavior would be such an important piece for us to consider in terms of how quickly we believe these numbers will rebound. I'm not even sure fiscal year 2022's anticipation of an 8% increase at the low is going to match the reality.
It's the same feeling people have about flying, who have always flown. Even as things change, I don't think you're going to get people to fly like they have been till 5-6 years out. Okay. All right. I don't see. Representative Almy, do you have your hands up?
Yes, I had just one follow-up for restaurant and lodging, and I think also DRA. If we could, it won't solve these problems of the COVID in particular, but if we could look at how long it took for the restaurants and hotels to come out of the Great Recession before they got back to prior taxes or earnings, that might give us some kind of idea of that side of the problem.
Okay. And we can bring that up when we discuss those revenues. Let's go into the tobacco tax.
Okay, moving on to tobacco tax, we have our low is 243.2 with our high of 254.2. As you know, this tax has been performing quite well. We believe mostly due to the Massachusetts ban on flavor and mentholated products that occurred June 1st. Our estimates for the low would be remaining at 18% each month ahead of plan for the rest of the year, which is a trend that we've been seeing. However, we also have been seeing some stock up months. So the low doesn't include stock up months. It's just a straight 18% for the year. And then our high includes those stock up months, but at the highest month that we saw. So when I say stock up months, if you looked at the revenues over the last 6 or 7 months, we've seen this trend of 2 months of around 18%, with the third month being a much higher percent of either somewhere between 30 and 53% increase. So September was a 30% increase over plan, and then December was 53% increase over plan, with the remaining months hovering around 18%. So our high is sort of continuing that trend, except the high being one of the highest months that we saw in December, and the low being a continued of 18% ahead of plan, but no stock up months. And then for our growth for 22 and 23, we have a negative 3% loss to 0% and a negative 4% loss to negative 1%. Once we hit fiscal year 22, we will sort of be normalized compared to prior year, because we will have the full impact of the Massachusetts flavor ban in effect. And we feel that it will start to go back to our normal trends of around 0 to 3% loss year over year. With fiscal year 23 being a little bit deeper loss as people continue to quit smoking. Happy to answer any questions.
One comment, and that is, if Massachusetts decides to sell menthol cigarettes again, that minus 3% in FY22 could possibly go down to minus 6 or more.
That's a very good point, Representative Major.
And normally, you would go see year to year, the use of tobacco constantly decreases, maybe on the average of 3%. And I see that your low, you took that 3%.
Yes.
Any questions on the tobacco tax? Seeing none, we can go into the interest. Or, you see, you've already done 23. So we'll go to interest and dividends tax.
Yep. So for interest and dividends tax, we have a low of 123.6 and a high of 127.8. I'll speak to our low first, and then I have some more information on our high. So our low is 4%, 4% each month below plan, bringing us to a 7% ahead of plan at the end of the fiscal year. I want to note with interest and dividends tax, a couple of things. One, 75% of the revenue comes in the second half of the fiscal year. This is very different than the other taxes. We just saw the last fourth quarter estimate payment come in. So we have information on that, which adjusted our high. So when we did this presentation, again, it was before we had that fourth quarter estimate payment, and we had a high of 127.8. We would like to adjust that now that we have had this estimate payment come in to be a high of 135.5. That high of 135.5 is putting us to 10% ahead of plan for the rest of the months, which is an average of the estimate months that we have received so far. It's around 11%. And we thought it's not outside the realm. This tax has been performing ahead of plan, even though at that point we'd only received 25% of the revenue, that it could continue. So we wanted to expand that range, like I said, to 123.6 for the low and 135.5 for the high. And then we have whatever you choose for your base to be for fiscal year 21. We then have a 4 to 6% growth for fiscal year 22, and then a 1 to 3% growth for fiscal year 23.
So the 137.5 would grow 6% in FY 22.
Yeah, that would change. Your 22 number
Also changed.
Would also change.
Representative Major, I have a question. Representative Ames.
Okay. There's a raise in Representative Bissett, and then followed by Representative Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick for Melissa, this 10% increase in estimates, is that in any way in relation to what may or may not be coming in with the PPP loans being taxed?
So interest and dividends won't be affected by the PPP loans.
Thank you much.
Representative Ames.
Yeah. First is sort of two-part. I'll just say what I'm wondering about. First is whether you have a breakdown between interest, dividends, and distributions. And second observation, I guess, is that my sense is that dividends and distributions are trending high, and that interest is not so, and that that high level for dividends and distributions is particularly sensitive, I think, in the future to changes in the economy that may or may not happen. And so I wonder if, in looking forward, what you've done about those uncertainties, how you've considered them.
So for your first question, we don't have the breakdowns for the 2020 information. However, as I'm scrolling through here from our presentation, the breakdowns for, here it is, the breakdowns for tax year 18. This is the latest information, but we can get them for tax year 19 as well. distributions and dividends made up the bulk of this tax. So if you combine those, you're about 80% of the interest and dividends tax is made up of distributions and dividends, and then 13% is interest, and a small portion of around 8% is federal tax exempt interest. Interest and dividends tax is a little bit harder to predict year over year. How we got to these ranges is we just looked at past performance of the taxes. And if you looked at them, fiscal year 19 over fiscal year 18 was about a 7.4% growth. And then fiscal year 20 over fiscal year 18 was 3.5% growth. And then we anticipate, some growth this year. I think interest and dividends will be with our ranges with the anomalous receivable removed somewhere between 7 and 16%. So we think that growth, the growth will taper off some in 22 and then taper off more in 23, as we've seen in past performances. I think partly we're interested in seeing if some of those dividends and distributions growth that you spoke of has to do with some of the repatriated funds flowing down to businesses in 20 and 21, to individuals in 20 and 21, and the growth might continue, but not as strong as we were seeing in 21, and then decreasing down to 23. But again, a little bit harder to estimate out.
Okay, thank you.
Just an observation. The presentation done by the DRA on the 26th of January has most of these percentages in there. Like on page 35 of their presentation on the 26th, it'll give you the breakdown of the interest part, dividends, distribution, and others. So I urge referring to that document. Representative Alamy has a question.
Yeah, thank you. The trouble is 18 was the year that they were repatriating money. If that comes into this tax, which I hadn't thought of, it did, but maybe I guess it does.
Yeah, I think you're right for business taxes that the funds were repatriated, but the distributions being made may have taken place further out.
In 19, you mean?
19, 20, yeah, 21.
Any further questions on interest and dividends? Then let's move on to communication service tax.
Okay, so for CST, we normally just give a number. This tax doesn't vary all that much. We have 38.4 million. We'll keep updating that. I think if you pick a number somewhere between 37, 38 to 40, you're going to fall within the range. With the numbers that just came in for January, our new estimate would be 38.8. So you can see that it doesn't adjust all that much. And then we have no growth on this tax for the next 2 years. Happy to answer any questions on CST.
And on CST, that normally has been slowly declining, primarily because people are getting rid of their landlines. You don't see any decline in growth in 22 or 23.
I think our anticipation is that any reduction might be offset by the tax law change for VoIP that occurred, where we gave some clarification on VoIP, as well as any inclusion in taxes where taxpayers may not be filing the tax, but may be required to pay the tax.
Like Zoom.
Again, I can't speak to any particular taxpayers, but taxpayers that may fall into that category.
Okay. very important one, the real estate transfer tax.
All right, real estate transfer tax. We know this tax has been doing very well. It came in really well in January. Once the revenue focus comes out, you will see that it performed almost 100% ahead of plan. It does keep growing. Our low for real estate transfer is just basically basing it on what prior months how prior months have performed. And we basically just cut in half what we've seen in the prior months, reducing it from 25% ahead of plan down to 1% for June. That may be a little bit low now as these revenues obviously keep performing higher than what we anticipate them performing. So our high, however, is essentially repeating what we saw December, November, October, and September, and sort of flipping that to seeing the reverse amount for the remaining parts of this year. So February coming in at 50% and then slowly reducing it based on the prior half trends down to 13% ahead of plan in May and then 2% ahead with June. The thought for this is that we're not sure how high this can go because of the inventory demand. So we have the inventory is low, which pushes prices high. However, how high can those prices go is the question that we've been asking before they just won't go any further and the demand won't be out there. I think there was some pent up demand during COVID. Like I said, home improvements projects happened. People got houses out in the market, which adjusted our percentages up. I think every time we come in, our numbers keep getting a little bit higher and higher. So what I did want to note for January, though, although that I said it was 100% ahead of plan, there was some anomalous holding company activity. That activity is reported separate from the counties. So it was, I want to say, artificially inflated, or it's inflated and not expected to continue at that rate. We probably saw it more around 60% ahead of plan without that holding company activity in there. So we're going from around 60% ahead of plan for January without that holding company activity in there, reducing it down to 50% for the high for February, or 25% on the low end for February for the coming months. And then we have some reductions for 22 and 23 of -7% to -5%, and then -8% to -6%. We've been trying to watch this and read as many articles as we can. It's definitely a hard tax to predict just because of what we've seen with recent activity. What I think is we're thinking is that we're going to get back to where we were in 22 and 23 prior to 21, with a little bit more loss in 23. We're having a hard time thinking that the continued gain that we've seen in 21 will continue for 22 and 23, just based on if mortgage rates increase or if that inventory goes too low as people, are coming from cities and moving into these more rural areas. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Helmy.
Thank you. Is there anything out there that is estimating how much of what is being bought by people who are working somewhere else and are essentially second homeowners planning on moving back or somewhere else after the COVID danger is over? Because once that happens, if that happens, our market is going to crater.
Sure. I did read an article and I will send you over the link. I'm forgetting where it came from off the top of my head, but it did give a percentage of how much of the home sales were coming from out-of-state buyers versus in-state buyers.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Any other questions on the real estate? Okay, the utility property tax.
All right, so the utility property tax, we have a flat number. Again, I think if you estimate anywhere between, 40 and 45 million, you'll probably hit it right on the head. We have 43.1 million. January came in a little bit higher than we expected. So that put our new estimate probably at 42.3 million with January data. Again, not too far off from this 43 million. This tax, we're expected to end up with a decrease of 4% below plan for the fiscal year. And we're expecting it to be flat for the next biennium. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions or comments on the utility property tax? All right. Any questions overall from anybody, especially the new people to the committee?
Representative Major, this is Chris. Can I ask Melissa a couple quick questions just on her numbers?
Yes.
Melissa, going back to interest and dividends for 21, you said the range would be 123.6 to 135.5?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then for the CST, if you were to give us a number, it would have been 38.8 based on what just occurred last month.
Yep.
And then for the utility property tax, I didn't hear what you said. I apologize.
42.3.
42.3.
Yes. And sorry, we just got those numbers yesterday, Chris. So.
Yep. No, understood. And just for the members of the committee, you should see a revenue focus probably tomorrow or the next day. It should be emailed to you. And you would see some of these percentages that are being talked about, comparisons of previous year, month to month type of things. If you don't get the revenue focus, please email me. Let me know you didn't get it. If you don't have anything by Thursday, that way we can just make sure that they didn't drop you from the mailing list. But it is a good tool to look at as we go through this process.
Okay. Any other questions on this? If not, we thank you, Melissa and Devin.
Representative Major, there are two of us. Representative Spilsbury has his hand up. And
oh, okay. I didn't see that. Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question about the methodology. I'm sure this is well established and been this template, this approach has been used for years, but maybe you can help explain. In your forecast for FY22, your range essentially represents a pessimistic versus an optimistic scenario, understandable, driven by a percentage of escalation. And then when you move to FY23, it seems that the spread in those two scenarios gets compounded because you're applying a pessimistic %2's pessimistic figure. And then in the upside on the high range, you're adding a higher percentage, optimistic for 23, onto the higher number in FY22. So 23 on the high side is compounding the high side of 22. If you look at the range in dollar figures, there's a much narrower range between low and high forecasted in FY22. The range becomes much greater or amplified in 23. Now, maybe that can be explained by the notion that there's greater uncertainty the further you look out in time, but it strikes me that it's primarily driven by a methodological approach that may be accentuating the high 2 years out.
Respond to that, Melissa?
Sure. So that's a great question. And I just want to say, I think it's laid out like this just for the committee's benefit. So the way DRA would look at it when we're doing our revenue estimates is we are not looking at the revenue numbers for 22 and 23. We start with our fiscal year 21 base, and then we pick where we think the growth is going to fall for 22 or 23 based on our fiscal year 21 number. We're not doing a low to low and a high to high. I think that's visually just giving a range. It is compounding it, I do agree. And then when we look at 22, we now would have our base for 22, and we would decide what growth we would apply somewhere between 4 to 6% based on our 22 base.
May I just ask to clarify?
Yes.
So if I'm understanding your explanation, Melissa, you're saying that you're not using the percentages as the driver for your projection. You've got independent information that's giving you a figure, and then you're just telling us what it translates to in percentage terms?
I think the opposite. Sorry if I misspoke. We are using the percentage to determine our growth off of fiscal year 21. So fiscal year 21, we would pick a number based on where we think it will land, somewhere in between that range. And then we would grow that fiscal year 21 revenue estimate by if for meals and rentals, for instance, by 8 to 11%. Depending on where we think 22 will grow. So if we thought 22 was going to grow at 10%, we'd pick our fiscal year 21 number where we think it's going to land. And then we'd say there's going to be a 10% growth on whatever the number is for fiscal year 21. We'd have that number for fiscal year 22 now that we picked that growth. And then we'd say, okay, now for 23, it's going to grow somewhere between 4 and 6%, looking at economic factors, looking at where we're at, where do we think it would fall? Would the growth be between 4 to 6%? So we're really looking at the growth ranges and not the number ranges that are in the spreadsheet.
So Representative Major, if I could just comment here as well. So Representative Spilsbury, typically the ranges are provided to give the committee an idea of where do you want to focus your attention. You may end up picking a number between, we'll use the meals and rental, a number between 294.7 and 312.5 that is your base number. And then you may make assumptions on what you believe the growth would be in the out years. So you may say you believe it's only going to grow 9% and that's what you would apply. Or you might say the range is 9 to 10 so that you would have a high low. But this is just to give the committee a sense of where to start looking as you try to do your estimates. You could go outside these numbers as well if there's valid reasons to do so. So the DRA has just provided an opportunity to kind of look at a range, but it's up to the committee to pick what you want to use as a base and how you want to grow that or not grow it.
Are you all set, Representative Spilsbury?
Yes, thank you very much for the answers. I think I need to absorb this as we go on to really satisfy my question.
It'll take a while. Representative Almy.
Thank you. Representative Spilsbury, I think you're going to get the hang of it as we go forward. We argue 21 numbers, then we argue 22 growth. And then we apply that to the number we got. So I had just a quick question about the communication services tax. Again, do you have a number for how much of that growth you just saw is due to your going after the Zoom-like things, of which there are apparently many? I only know Teams and Zoom. I think you've been going after Skype for some time though, haven't you? I don't consider that in the same category, but they are, I mean, they're huge right now. So I wondered if that's why that number went up or didn't go down, in fact.
Actually, it had nothing to do with either of those. The number went up because some payments that were supposed to be made in December, December fell further below plan than anticipated. And that was because payments that were supposed to be made in December were delayed and were not made until January.
Thank you.
Any further questions to ask the DRA? Okay. Well, thank you, Melissa and Devin.
Thank you.
Educational. We have our work cut out for ourselves. Okay, we have a little bit of time. There was one issue that was brought up, and that is relative to House Bill 346, which we'll be hearing later on. And it didn't have a fiscal note in it, but Susan did get a fiscal analysis done. So what we need to do is take a vote of the committee to have the LBA do a fiscal note. So a fiscal note would be part of the regular record, and the public could have access to this when they look the bill up. Right now, it's only us that'll have access to this fiscal analysis. Representative Almy had done. So what I'd like to do is and the only way we can get the DRA to do a fiscal note now is to take a vote and have the majority of the committee agree to that. As since we are in the regular legislative process, that's what the rules are. So what I'd like to do is take a vote, support. Representative, you want to say something?
On which one of us? Sorry. Well, it's Representative Almy. I just wanted to correct one thing. I didn't have I asked for the fiscal note, but it was done by the agency and transmitted to Chris Shea and then transmitted back to me. So I haven't even read it yet because I didn't have time.
Right, it just came in, I believe, yesterday. Yes. So what I'd like to do is get the sense of the committee. The question is, if you're in support of requesting a fiscal note on House Bill 346, you'll reply by saying yes. But if you're not, you'll reply by saying no. So I'd like Representative Bernstein to call.
Was that a motion?
Yes.
And does that have a second?
I'll second that motion, Representative Schamberg.
Okay. Let's get started with Representative Abrami.
Representative Bromley had to leave at 10:30 and he'll be back.
Okay. Representative Mary Griffin is not here. Representative O'Leary.
State the question, please.
The question is to request the LBA to do a fiscal note on House Bill 346.
Yes.
Representative Ober.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Elliott. Unmute yourself, please. Representative Elliott.
You're still muted, Representative Elliott.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Janigian.
Yes.
Representative Nunez.
Yes.
Representative Baxter, I believe, stepped away. Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schamberg.
Yes.
Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Del Marlo.
Yes.
Loftman is still not here.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Representative Loftman here? No. Representative Gorg.
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Major.
yes.
20-0. Yeah, for yes.
Okay, then, Chris? Chris Shea?
Yep. So I just wanted to explain to the committee why you had to vote and why there wasn't a fiscal note. First off, the fiscal note process is the LSR is submitted by a prime sponsor for the OLS to draft. They have first crack on whether a bill needs a fiscal note or not, and then they would send it to our office. During this remote timeframe, they changed the process for how you were to request an LSR and be drafted. It became remote, an electronic process. And there was a glitch in the system. So when they flagged it for an FN, it didn't always stay on as an FN. So there were some bills that got introduced that should have had an FN and didn't get it. So at this point, if you're aware of any bill that fits that criteria, and the committee now needs to, per statute, would need to vote to have us do a fiscal note, and a majority is all that's needed for the request. In the interim, what we do is we will do what we call a fiscal analysis on an amendment or a bill per request of an individual. So in this case, Representative Almy requested for us to look at House Bill 346 because she felt it had some fiscal impact and should be looked at. So we did that and provided that document to her, which she provided to Representative Major. If you debate or discuss House Bill 346, you can look at that document to kind of get a sense of what the fiscal impact would be of the bill. But that's not an official fiscal note. It wouldn't attach to the bill. It wouldn't travel with the bill. So what you just did is required us to actually do an official fiscal note that would be attached to the bill going forward and be available to everybody to see. Essentially what Representative Almy has is a document that was prepared for her, and how she shares that is up to her to decide. So again, I just wanted to let the committee know why you did what you just did. And if you do encounter another bill, that on your committee that you believe needs a fiscal note that doesn't have one, this is the process you would want to use. So I'll let our office know to get working on that, ASAP. Outside of that, I just wanted to, I should have mentioned earlier, but you should all be receiving in the mail a packet from our office. I don't know if some of you may have already gotten it, but it's going to have the CAFR, a hard copy of the CAFR, a hard copy of the offering statement, and then the presentation that I provided you the other day that I did. So those documents were some that people were talking about as good resources, particularly the offering statement and the CAFR. If you go into pages 146, I think beginning on 146 of the CAFR, you'll find historical information on your revenues, your general fund, education trust fund, highway and fish and game funds. So you can kind of see some of the trends that have occurred with those revenues over a 10-year period, which may be helpful as you're thinking about the volatility we're dealing with right now. Also for the new members, over the summer, the Ways and Means Committee did quite a bit of work on trying to determine what the impact of COVID was on the revenues and how 21 might end and what issues were being dealt with. A lot of that information is still on our website. You may want to take a look at that as you're trying to understand potentially what could happen going forward if some of these variants do bloom and become an issue for the businesses and others. But again, it's a resource that you can go back and look at if you weren't on the committee at the time that they were being discussed. Trying to think if there's anything else I can point you at right at the moment, but feel free if you have questions to email myself. Happy to try to search things down for you or advise if I can. Again, then today and tomorrow are meant to help you educate yourselves on the types of revenues you have to look at and why the numbers are what they are that the agency's provided. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Our next session is at 11:30. So
Representative Major,
yes.
could I take a very small amount of that time first? I had my hand up.
Sure.
Thank you. Well, first, I wanted to really thank Chris J. I think that I'm at the end of the post office pipeline, and I got it on Friday, Saturday, I forget, that packet. Could you provide a link to the COVID discussions this summer for the committee so that they'll know where to find it?
So I can, Representative Valmy, if anybody's accessed our website for the discussions last week, you're going to see revenues and you'll see 22, 23, and then 2021. If you go into the 2021 revenues, all the documents are in there, and I can put my screen up if you want me to walk you through it.
Can I ask my other question first? Because it's something else that you pointed out. There is one other bill that is very complicated about needing a fiscal note, HB 102, Combined Worldwide Reporting. The way it was written, it says that we need to shift to worldwide combined reporting, which is another version of apportionment in the business taxes, and to set up a study committee to consider effects. And I believe that the sponsor who is with us here, Representative Schamberg, knows that it's not completely ready for prime time yet. And because of that, it's going to be very difficult for the DRA to do a fiscal note at this point. But it would need a fiscal note if they'd been paying attention or it hadn't fallen off the digital record. So I'm not sure what gets done with that. Thank you.
We'll deal with that when the bill comes before us. And I forgot what day I have scheduled it for.
It comes up February 17th.
It's the last one, but it would definitely need considerable amount of time, I think, from DRA.
Okay, as I was saying, we have 17 minutes before the people from HHS come in. So why don't we take a break until...
Representative Major, Representative Tucker has her hand up.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, the whole topic of COVID-19, even without variants, is one that is going to have such a big effect on revenues. I really think we need to be zeroing in on when it's likely that we'll have a 70% herd immunity in New Hampshire. And the giving out of shots has been so difficult with so few vials coming into the state, and some kind of confusion between the federal approach and the state approach, that I am very concerned that we're not really going to be ready for a summer tourist season. And that summer tourist season not only affects the North Country, but all of New Hampshire, since tourism is such a big part of our economy. I don't know who would be the best person to find out what the likelihood of really being open for business this summer. But I think we need to be asking that. It may be the reopening committee, it may be someone at Dartmouth Hitchcock, it may be Health and Human Services, or maybe two or three of those. But we need to get, in order to do a proper job of revenues, I really think we need to focus in on this topic. It goes through so many of the revenues that it's key.
You make a very good point, and we'll make room to invite early. People could help explain what they think is going to happen relative to the vaccine and COVID.
Thank you.
We'll certainly do that. Anything else before we take a break, if we have time for a break?
Gee whiz, I just got back. That's bad. I guess I missed everything.
Why don't we take a break until 5 minutes to 11:25? That'll make us ready for the 11:30 session. So we'll take a break until 11:25. So don't go away, just mute yourself and mute your video.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Yes.
I was thinking about what Representative Tucker had mentioned, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think there's going to be significant COVID impact, especially through the summer and fall months when we have a busy tourist season. And you were asking about who might be willing to address the committee to get a sense, which I suspect will be, I don't know is what they're going to say. We don't know exactly, but be cautious about predictions. And the suggestion that I would have, there's a few people out there that I think would have a lot of credibility to present. Dr. Ben Chan, who presented to finance, but the other two that are also, potential people is Dr. Jose Mercado, epidemiologist in Concord, and also Dr. Elizabeth Talbot, who lives up in New London, but she did a lot of work with the Ebola virus and all the epidemiological stuff. So what I'm saying is that these could be three very, very powerful resources to give us a sense about where we're going with vaccination in the state and what their predictions might be, though their predictions will be guarded in the sense that they don't really know, but they will be able to say that to us.
Can you send me an email?
I will.
Thank you.
I'll give you the three names, but each one of them is an epidemiologist with a lot of experience, and I think they would be very helpful to present even for a half an hour with the committee.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
And thank you for me too.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, about what the impacts will be going forward in the psychosis that people are going to carry forward, as the chairman mentioned, even flying too. So it's going to be a while.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
But I think that's a different question than the actual herd immunity, which we need to reach in order to loosen the restrictions and regulations.
Yes, and when you were saying that before, I was thinking about how you mentioned New Hampshire herd immunity, but I think most of the epidemiologists, will tell you that this is a worldwide herd immunity that we need.
Yes.
Not just New Hampshire.
Our tourist season doesn't have to take that into account as much.
Okay, Chris,
Yes.
do we have Karen Rounds ready?
Yep. Brad can just bring her into the meeting, and she's with you now.
Okay.
She needs to unmute herself and she'll be able to talk.
Okay, Karen Rounds is the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Health and Human Services. And she's going to be here to talk about the Medicaid recoveries.
Representative Major, I'll share my screen just so you can see the Medicaid recoveries column.
Okay.
And then if you need me to shut it off, just shout at me and I'll take it down.
All right.
Good morning, representatives. Chris, has Meredith joined us? I really need her to be online to talk through most of this.
I hadn't seen her just yet, but
I know she is joining, so if we can wait just a moment for her, I think this will be much more efficient with her joining us.
she's with us now.
Karen, while we're waiting, do you have any recommendations on who the committee can talk with to get a better idea of where COVID-19 is going and when we're going to be able to get out of it?
So I believe there was a request that I think it did come from your committee. Maybe Chris could remind me for sure, to Ben Chan to come present. And I believe that there was a larger hearing being set up to include more than just Ways and Means, because Ben, as you can imagine, or Dr. Chan, as you can imagine, is quite busy. So we want to make sure to be efficient with his time. So Chris, do you recall if that was being set up?
I don't know if the larger meeting with Dr. Chan was being set up. I'm not involved with that, but you did have Director Daly. Is that correct? I think she came and spoke to Ways and Means just to give you a sense of how the vaccines were being rolled out, but I'm not sure what's happening with a larger meeting with Dr. Chan and any others at this point. I'll have to look into that.
Okay, John Williams is probably the best contact for that. I think he was helping lead that.
Okay, thank you.
There was a meeting that I don't think was terribly well advertised, but that was, a number of us were sent information with the Health and Human Services Committee. But it was extremely related to their issues. But they did spend quite a lot of time in that meeting. I don't know if that's what you were referring to. It was Friday. I sat in on it, listened to it.
That might have been the meeting that was set up. I'm not certain.
It was several hours, not just Dr. Chan, but others as well.
Chris, what are the columns all the way to the left? I'm assuming those are labels for each of the fiscal years on Medicaid recoveries.
Yes.
Okay.
So row 8 or 1, depending on how you look at it, would be fiscal year 2015, or 8 is 21, 14 is 22, and then 19 is 23. I'm afraid to try to do anything to the document because I'm not sure if I'll lose the image on the screen.
Understood. Maybe if you zoom out a smidge, then we can see those left-hand columns. I'm not sure. But I'll go ahead and just turn it over to Meredith and let her speak to the Medicaid recoveries.
Good morning, everyone. Meredith Tellus from the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm the director of the Division of Program Quality and Integrity. And yeah, I can walk you through a little bit of what you're seeing here for the Medicaid recoveries areas. You'll see that the estimates are going down year over year, much more slightly between 22 and 23. And you may recall when we presented last week that they had historically, for at least 2 years, which I think was around 2017-ish, 16, 17, they had been very high, like in the $9 million range. That was because at the time, the department had been awaiting cost settlements to happen with hospitals for their Medicare audits to be completed. And those had gotten backed up for a long time period. And then finally kind of many audits were completed. And so there's kind of a flood of cost settlements occurring. And so we had this influx of revenue over a couple of years. That is now completed and the cost settlements are much more standardized and the timing of them is ongoing. So we're really up to date on getting those cost settlements done for our outpatient payments to hospitals. So we don't really anticipate that part of revenue fluctuating going forward. So our Medicaid recoveries are made up of a few different areas that I'm going to categorize 4 ways. One is those cost settlements, which, as I said, kind of had fluctuated previously, and we expect them to be much more standard going forward. One is the area of program integrity, which is recoveries for provider or beneficiary fraud, waste, or abuse. One is TPL, which is third-party liability, because as you're all probably aware, Medicaid is the payer of last resort. And then one is estate recoveries, Medicaid estate recoveries. So In the area of program integrity, which relates to provider fraud, waste, and abuse, or beneficiary fraud, waste, and abuse, we've seen very slight changes in that there's a small increase in recoveries on the provider side. And I think that's for a couple of reasons. One being that the Attorney General's office, to whom we refer Medicaid fraud, has had a lot less turnover recently, and so they are kind of standardizing their processes. However, that has been kind of a recent development in the last 12 months. What happened previously is that the department entered into, of course, contracts with our managed care companies, and the managed care organizations now hold the vast majority of the Medicaid population for the department. So they are really doing the recoveries for waste and abuse, which is the bulk of the recoveries. There's small amount of fraud, and then the majority is waste and abuse. And so the managed care organizations then retain those recoveries, and we don't see them here. Now, that does mean that on that side of the department paying the managed care organizations, we can reduce our payments to them based on those recoveries we know they're going to receive. But what it means is that what this committee sees in terms of general fund revenues is reduced slightly from that change. So that is recoveries from Medicaid providers. Recoveries from Medicaid beneficiaries, actually at this point, we have discontinued pursuing recoveries from beneficiaries unless there is fraud, in which case it's referred to law enforcement. We're awaiting guidance from CMS, as are all states, on what they intend for us to do with recoveries from Medicaid beneficiaries for overpayments, medical overpayments related to beneficiaries. And then on the third party, well, I'll stop there. That's program integrity. And let me ask, do people have questions on program integrity recoveries? Representative Major, you're on mute. I'm not sure if you're.
There we go. Before we get into that, would you give us some idea what the magnitude of the Medicaid payments are during a year for the state?
All Medicaid payments, or Medicaid payments to the managed care organizations, or what's your?
All Medicaid payments.
I think Karen will know better, but I believe it's around 2 billion or a little over 2 billion.
It's somewhere in that range. It's like 1.6 to 2, depending on many factors.
In 1 year or 2 years?
That's a year.
Okay.
That's all Medicaid programs too. So that's like ProShare and the DD system and long-term care. That's everything.
And then the relation to the Medicaid recoveries from that amount, or what amount would they recover from what group of revenues?
So the recoveries that we would be engaged in would be for primarily Medicaid providers, where we see fraud or waste or abuse or other types of overpayments.
So on Medicaid providers, how much money is involved with the providers?
How much money is paid out to providers, are you asking? It is the same amount as what Karen is saying, but it's made in different forms. So some of the payments that we make are fee-for-service based, because we still have a fee-for-service population. Some of them are fee for service on the long-term care side. And then I want to say around 1 billion, Karen, goes to our managed care organizations. And I think, does that sound right? About 1 billion?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I'd want to confirm but something around that.
It's something like 1 billion goes to the managed care organizations. And then we have kind of what I'll call bulk payments of around, 250 million-ish in DISH, and then ProShare. So the payments are not always made from the department directly to providers as a fee-for-service payment.
So what I'm trying to get at is the $3.7 million in recoveries is relative to what's the pot of money that were paid out by Medicaid that they look for recoveries for.
I believe our fee-for-service payments, I would need to check on that number. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Like, is it $500 million worth of payments? $1 billion or 1/10 of $1 billion?
If we include long-term care, I think our long-term care payments total around 400 million.
Yeah, if you include the CFI waiver, it's like 370, I think.
Okay.
Or 270. I don't know if it's 270 or 370. What are you trying to?
Does the 3.7 million represent 3.7% of the money that paid out?
We would have to look at that. I think, Representative, I just want to make sure we're capturing the right amount for comparison, and then can give you the categories.
Let's say it's money to providers was $100 million. And is this recovery all from that $100 million that was paid out? Or what else does the recovery represent other than money paid out to providers?
Part of this would be recoveries from money paid out to providers. Yes. It would be money paid out to providers. And then the other portion of it, though, is estate recoveries. So estate recoveries for people who have been receiving Medicaid.
All right.
Representative Abrami has had his hand up.
Representative Bromley.
Thank you. I remember from years ago, one example of this that fell into this bucket was people who received benefits or payments were made for under Medicaid, but then you discovered that they actually had other insurance and that you clawed back that money from the other insurance. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that is what we refer to as TPL, or third-party liability, because Medicaid is the payer of last resort. That's correct, Representative.
And what percentage of the total here are we talking? Is that a pretty big percentage of what you're recovering?
It is, I will try to find an amount for you. It's a little over $500,000. It might be in the range of 600,000 to 700,000.
Right. Okay.
But on that side, something to keep in mind is that similar to program integrity, when we moved into managed care, the managed care organizations took over that function of TPL. So they are now responsible for doing TPL on their members. They have access to the other insurance. We provide them access to who has Medicare, and they should primarily be cost avoiding, which means when a claim comes in for someone who has third-party liability, they deny it in the first instance. So I know it's counterintuitive, but we actually don't want to see a ton of recoveries for TPL because we want them to cost avoid the claim first. And we kind of check their systems to make sure that's what they're doing. But then in addition to that, yes, if for some reason it wasn't available to them, that information, and they paid the claim, then they would do the recovery on the back end.
So that kind of explains the reduction. Is that part of the explanation of why this number is going down over time?
It is. And so actually, while the MCOs, managed care organizations, have been doing those cost recoveries for us related to medical and pharmacy claims for some time in our contracts, we just moved accident and trauma subrogation into the contracts as of last fall. So that's a new area that they will be covering that we won't be covering. And that's why we anticipate it going down a little further over the coming years.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yep. And just to reiterate, while we see a reduction here, we are gaining in our contracts with the MCOs because we force a reduction to our rates on that side.
All right, go ahead.
A follow-up question. Representative Major, this is Dick Ames.
Representative Ames.
Yeah. On the state recoveries, is that the same picture? Are the managed care companies now doing some of that?
It's not. We continue to do that, and Estate Recoveries has actually been doing pretty well. I don't have the graphs, but if you refer to the graphs that we had provided from last week, you'll see that one's been incrementally ticking up as our Estate Recoveries group has just really been doing a very good job. I think they'll probably plateau at some point. There's only so much there, but that has been increasing. I want to say it's around 1.5 million of recovery that they're at now.
Thank you.
Okay, you can continue.
So those are actually all 4 areas of Medicaid recoveries. It's really the third-party liability, program integrity, estate recoveries, and cost settlements. So at this point, while they continue to go down slightly, or we anticipate them going down slightly, it is because we anticipate more action happening in the managed care sphere. And the department will be, like I said, kind of saving an equal amount in those contracts.
Any questions? Representative Atkins-Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Toulouse, if you could just speak a little bit about the proportion of what portion the beneficiaries are no longer being pursued in terms of by the department for those collections related to those program integrity concerns you just spoke about. You said you are continuing to follow the provider fraud, abuse, and waste, but the collections for the beneficiaries, you're not currently pursuing those and just referring those to law enforcement. My concern is, what is kind of like the average threshold of those collections that you could potentially pursue? And also like the bigger pie picture, how big is that piece of the pie that we're not actually tracking down?
So I can look into historically what those amounts were. We are still recovering on our member fraud side. But I think, recoveries might be 5,000 to 10,000 a month. So it would be maybe up to 120,000-ish a year. So those are not huge numbers. And part of the reason I think that a lot of states are in this position of questioning where they go with this is because, of course, we're now in a situation where we are paying managed care organizations a premium every month for certain members. If a member does not utilize their Medicaid, and then we find something happened and they weren't discontinued for a few months, the states are questioning, do we pursue that if it's not fraud? So that's really the outstanding question. But if you are curious what it had been historically, I can certainly look into that and get back to you.
Okay.
What those recoveries had been kind of when we were in a fee-for-service world.
And Meredith, so that if you have a total of $1.2 billion in Medicaid expenditures, we're recovering about 1/3 of 1% due to fraud or third-party billing, you know, or other things. So, which is about 1/3 of 1%.
If I think we need to look at what our portion of payments directly to providers is, though, the portion that's outside of the managed care world and outside of ProShare payments and outside of DISH payments, and then see what that total is. And I don't have that total in front of me, Mr. Chair, so I will try to look at what that total is.
Okay, so you're saying there's recoveries on these other areas.
Those are separate. Yes, those are separate from the recoveries that we do for program integrity, for example. So when we make the DISH payments, the recovery on that is a totally different mechanism that wouldn't show up in our Medicaid recoveries.
Right, and these recoveries go to the general fund. All those other recoveries go to specific dedicated areas.
Well, for DISH, for example, those recoveries are redistributed among the hospitals.
Okay.
Something to keep in mind too is that as Karen and I are discussing, when we talk about percentages, as Karen and I are discussing the payments to providers, those are total funds. What you're seeing here is just the general fund portion. There's a federal fund match here that's also recovered, but provided back to the feds, back to CMS. So this is just representing half or less than half of the total recoveries based on whatever portion the federal portion is.
Other questions? I don't see any further questions. Representative Almy?
No, I think that the part of this elephant that we are seeing is shrinking down to less than a toenail over the years as they hopefully get more efficient with the use with the HMOs and all that.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Norm, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Pat, yeah, during the break, I got a call. This is not on revenues. I got a call from Dave Gervais at the Business Industry Association. He wanted to talk about the House Bill 281, the single sales factor bill. He wanted me to know that, he wanted us to know that they are not taking a position on this bill because their membership is totally split on it. Matter of fact, he's invited me, I'm going to speak to the finance committee of that association on the 12th to talk about it, along with one of the members on the commission that we were on, Carl, I can't remember his last name now.
So
One of the accountants is going to be speaking on that. So, but the news is that they're split, which is interesting, which tells me that their perception is there are going to be some winners and some losers, and depending on the kind of business they're in.
That's what it means.
Yep. Okay. I just want everybody to know that.
Good.
I'll update everybody after that meeting.
Any other good information for the committee from anybody?
Say again? Is it directed to me, Norm?
For anybody to
Okay.
question. Representative Almy, you have your hand up. You're muted, Representative Almy.
Yeah, and I was wondering if we could get the BIA to provide somebody from each side of that to talk to us.
Yeah.
Since we've got the bill.
Right. I'll work on that, Norm.
Okay,
Right.
Pat, okay.
No problem.
Any further comments or questions before we take a lunch break? If not, then we'll be back at 1 o'clock, and there'll be representatives from the Highway Fund, Steve Lavoy, Scott Breyer, Donna Raymond, and Marie Mullen will be talking to us about that. And then the judicial branch right after that. All right.
Norm, when do you expect it will be done?
Today, we should be done, I would assume, by 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
That's my best estimate.
Yes, best guess, I know.
That's all we do here. Okay, you can mute yourself, both the video and the audio, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Representative Major.
Yes.
Over the lunch hour, I was just listening to just as an FYI, another webinar from New London Hospital on COVID-19, where are we heading, that sort of thing, is by Michael Calderwood, which is actually very good. So he's another one that could potentially be in our queue of speakers for all of this stuff. So I'll send you that name as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
2 more minutes. I'm checking my emails, and Jim, I just got your email.
Yep. And the other name is Michael Calderwood, and I'll send you that as well. He's actually very good.
Good.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, being 1 o'clock, I hope everybody had something good to eat. I just want to remind the members that this noontime I had an opportunity to talk to the governor's budget director, and the governor is going to be presenting his budget to the finance committee on the 17th. And the governor's budget director will be talking to our committee on the 18th at 9 o'clock for 2 hours relative to the revenue estimates that were used in the governor's budget. So we'll have an opportunity to go over that with the governor's budget director. Also, I see that Chris has sent the link to all the documents, and hopefully you should all have that. Before we get started with the highway, I'd like to have Chris go through the worksheet associated with the highway. Chris.
Thank you, Representative Major. I'm going to screen share the single page document with you and just kind of walk you through that. So you should be seeing highway fund revenue estimates in thousands, has Department of Safety in the first row. So when Mr. Lavoie and Mr. Breyer came in and spoke with you the other day, they provided estimates on the road toll, on the motor vehicles, and then miscellaneous. And what I did is I just rolled up to the subtotals for each of those. There's detail behind each one of these lines. And in on row 11, the MV miscellaneous, that's where the judicial branch estimates are also contained typically. But because the judicial branch and Department of Safety were slightly different in some of their estimates, I broke it out starting on line 15. Neither one is right or wrong. It's just different approaches, different ideas on what they're seeing or expect to have happen going forward. But I just wanted the committee to see on rows 17 and 18 the slight differences between what they were estimating as you're thinking about ranges and what you want to project for the unrestricted highway fund. And then on, excuse me, and then on line 23 is the Department of Transportation. They have a small amount of revenue. It's about $200,000 that they project. And that's typically related to land sale or property that was bought with highway funds and it goes back into the highway fund. So that That's the one pager, and then in the worksheet, there's a page that rolls this up even tighter where you'd only have the line of road toll, motor vehicle, and miscellaneous. So I believe for the conversation to start, you'd want to, we'll reference this tool. And today, I invited Mr. Lavoie, Mr. Breyer, Ms. Raymond from the judicial branch, and Marie Mullen from DOT to be available to talk to you and to help you understand any transactions that occur with the highway fund. So I'll leave it at that and turn it back over to Representative Major.
Thank you, Chris. And who wants to start off with the highway fund? Steve Lavoie, who's the Director of Administration for the Department of Safety.
Good morning, Representative. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So as we presented last week, we took a relatively conservative approach with our estimates and really broke this up into two sections of considerations. So the road toll is the area that has been impacted the most by the pandemic, continues to be impacted by the pandemic. Motor vehicle revenues have been relatively stable throughout the pandemic. We expect them to be stable moving forward. So our road toll estimates, one of the questions that came up prior during our presentation had to do with how do we account for EV vehicles, move to electric vehicles. And I think the way that we account for that is not for EV vehicles in and of themselves, because we're not expecting a sea change in behavior over the next biennium in 22 and 23. There will be more people adopting and moving from combustion to EV vehicles, but we're expecting the rates to be consistent with the prior year's rate of transport in those types of vehicles. We're also expecting fuel efficiency rates to continue to improve, which would typically put downward pressure on gasoline usage and therefore on the road toll. But if you recall from our previous presentation, when we provided numbers from 16 through 23, the period from FY16 through FY18 and 19, we're still seeing about a 1% increase year over year, even as fuel efficiency is improving, even as people are starting to adopt electric vehicles. We are assuming that similar type of rate of increase between 22 and 23. And that's what you're seeing here in the road toll, the change from 120.3 million to 121.5 million. We're just not expecting within the next biennium, we're not expecting all of the conditions that would be necessary to be present for a big change in driver electric vehicle ownership. So there's still a significant way for us to go in the state for infrastructure as far as charging stations, especially fast charging stations. We also, as you know, we're a rural state, so there's, I think, range anxiety in our residents than we do in some other more metropolitan areas. If you're going up into the North Country and you're hiking for the day, you're going to be concerned if your electric vehicle has enough power, has enough energy to get you back home if it's a 2-hour drive one way. And we also don't have any state tax incentives for EV ownership like some other states might have. So that's not going to be an incentive for people to be early adopters. So because of those factors, while there will be an increase in the number of EVs, we don't believe it'll be significant enough to change our approach for estimating revenues in 22 and 23. And so that's essentially what we've done here with the road toll. Motor vehicle revenue estimates are relatively straightforward. As I mentioned, registration haven't been significant issues there from a pandemic perspective. We still believe people are going to be registering their vehicles. They're required to by law. Motor vehicle operators, same situation. In 22 and 23, you do see an increase, but that has to do with the dip year that occurs every 5 years. And so we're currently in the dip year in FY21. We'll be out of the dip year in 22. And so we're expecting the license return to normal levels in 22 and 23. Inspections and titles are two areas that are also flat from a regular year-to-year perspective for DMV revenues. Haven't been impacted by the pandemic, and we expect them to remain relatively flat moving forward into 22 and 23. The miscellaneous line, that did get an increase from prior years because that's where the plea by mail revenues are being recorded. That's essentially what you're seeing there is as traffic volume returns to normal levels, pre-pandemic levels, we would expect that the number of tickets would also increase and that the corresponding revenues would increase as well. And so our estimates in 22 and 23 reflect that increase going from 11.6 in 22 up to 11.7 in FY23.
Would you take it? No. Steve?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Will you take any questions now?
Yeah, absolutely. Any questions at all? And I do have Scott Breyer, who's the Bureau Chief of Road Toll, available with me today as well.
Representative Bromley.
It's actually a road toll question, but I'll ask it, and if you feel more comfortable with Mr. Breyer answering it, that's fine. So, back in 2020, the plan was $127 million for road toll. We came in at 117.8. That's because of what happened that last quarter, I imagine, with the everything shutting down. And then you have it going up, but you have it going up in 23 up to only 121.5 million. So, and we were in pretty good shape at the 127 million plan. So we're still way under what that plan was from 2 years ago, from when we estimated a couple of years ago. So what I'm getting at, did you factor in any change in post-COVID that more people will continue to work at home because businesses have discovered that, hey, we don't need these offices anymore. COVID's gone, but business practices change, less commuters. Have you factored that into your thinking?
Yeah, we absolutely did. So we two levels of that. One is less commuters, as people are assuming that people will be commuting down. As you know, many people who live in New Hampshire work in Massachusetts or in the neighboring states, but primarily in Massachusetts and in the Boston area. And we are assuming that a lot of those commuters will remain working from home, if not 100% of the time, a significant portion of the time. And maybe they only need to go to the office once a week or once a month or some sort of arrangement like that. We also needed to consider some of the increases that we've seen during the pandemic, which have helped to raise our revenues. We had neighboring folks who were visiting the state because there weren't other options and they couldn't travel across the country, or they weren't comfortable traveling by plane or going internationally. So if you recall, in the summer, we had lots of people hiking, and that was causing its own problems. We don't expect that's going to continue indefinitely either. So we'll go back to our more normal more normal tourism and travel levels. So our assumptions for our 22 and 23 estimates, we're assuming that the level of change from pre-COVID to post-COVID would result in about a 7% decrease in usage, in fuel usage across the board. So that would be the combination of people who are no longer commuting combined with people who have been cooped up and don't want to be staycationing in the state, but are going to leave and fly for their vacations moving forward. So that as I mentioned before, we're conservative with our estimates. That's a conservative number. That's really something that the committee would need to discuss and decide what the correct number would be. We originally talked about a 5% plateau, but some of the some of the recent revenue collections on the road toll in the past several months led us to revise that down to 7%, because we were seeing a recovery that was headed towards that 5% number, but it dropped off significantly. And it dropped off before kind of that second wave started. You can see a correlation with the second wave of COVID, but it's really tied into the tourism seasons and the shoulder season after the weather started getting cooler, but before the snow flies. That period of time saw a significant decline in traffic. And Scott, if you want to jump in at any point to add any detail to that, please.
I don't have anything really to add. What Steve's saying is pretty accurate. And basically after the foliage season, that's when we start seeing a decline.
Are you all set, Representative Romney?
No, I could ask a follow-up, or actually a different question. I know Turnpike money isn't in here at all, but do you have access to Turnpike data, like the Easy Pass? Can you tell from the Easy Pass ownership which vehicles are from out of state or in state? Is that something that's or allowed, or how do you get your estimate of out of state travelers, more or less? Is that one of the ways you can do that?
That would be one of the ways. I defer to DOT on what type of data is available through the Easy Pass system. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that looks like, but we do. DOT shares some of their traffic reports with us on a regular basis, which helps us to project what's coming and align with what we're seeing from road toll collections. And we would see a correlation between the traffic on the Turnpike system and then a decline in road toll revenues. They also have traffic counters throughout the state that aren't on the main highways, but on the other thoroughfares. And anecdotally, what we've seen, and again, DOT is really the agency that should be speaking to this, but from the data that they shared with us and from discussions we've had, it appeared that the local traffic level was starting to come back to closer to normal levels. It was the interstates and the Turnpike system travel that spiked in the summer, started really coming back and then dropping off significantly. So you can make some assumptions there, even without the Easy Pass, that a lot of that traffic is coming from out of state. And then anecdotally too, just looking around, if I did some hiking this summer as well, I saw the Massachusetts plates everywhere. I've done skiing I've gone skiing with my daughter this season. There's a lot of out-of-state plates in the lots. So, combining all those factors together, it does seem like we're still getting a lot of tourism traffic. That's obviously they're purchasing fuel when they're in the state. Best case scenario.
I just want to agree with you on that. I did some hiking this summer, and every time I checked, and it's like over 50% of the plates are out of state, mostly Mass, some Maine. Thank you.
Representative Elliott. Unmute yourself, Bob. Bob, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This is a personal question for Steve Lavoie. Is there, because of the Corona-19 effect on the certificates of titles being issued, has it slowed it down significantly? Because a couple of months ago, I paid off my car and I have yet to see the retitle to it. And my wife has a new car and she doesn't have a title to it. Is there a problem with the issuances of certificates of title?
So I wouldn't say there's a problem, but there's certainly a delay. The DMV has been impacted as all state agencies have with the revenue constraints that we faced and the hiring freeze that was put into place to make sure that we minimize the impact of declining revenues on the state budget. And so unfortunately that has caused delays in some areas and title processing hasn't escaped. So there are some delays in title processing, but it really has to do with staffing levels a combination of both vacancies that we haven't been able to fill due to a lot of these revenue constraints we're talking about today that we're seeing in FY21. And then also due to COVID protocols. So if somebody's family member were exposed and if they're unable to, if they're required to quarantine, they can't come in to work and process those titles. So that's a challenge that DMV faces on a daily basis. Director Bilecki is always looking at her staffing levels and shifting resources as best as she can. But you're right. You're not alone in seeing some of those delays. I can just let you know that DMV is aware of them and they're working as hard as they can to hire new people and keep the staff levels as high as they can be given the downward pressure we're facing on our revenues.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you another month.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? I don't see any hands raised. You want to continue, Steve? Steve? Did we lose?
I was just disconnected. Am I back?
There you go. All right. Yes.
Okay. So we talked about road toll. We talked about motor vehicle fees. Oh, and now my video's on. Thank you, Chris. Hello.
We got it.
I noticed my camera wasn't on. I had asked him if he could turn it on. So, hi everybody. So if we move on to the, I guess really probably the judicial branch, motor vehicle fines collection is the next area that we would talk about. And Chris Shea had mentioned that our estimates differed slightly with the judicial branch estimates. And Raymond from the judicial branch and I connected on those because we just wanted to make sure that, you know, we weren't missing something. And at the end of the day, I think it really just comes down to two different approaches on and two different assumptions on where these fees will be. So this has to do with court fines. So they're motor vehicle fines, but they're collected through the courts. And we did see some growth, year over year growth, recovery from prior declines over the last several months. And what DOS did was we projected that out, assuming that we would have continued rates of growth in those areas. And we ended up at 4.3 million. So obviously the judicial branch had 3.9, not too far off. And I don't want to speak for them. They can, Donna could jump in at any time. For 22, our estimates are very close. And then for 23 is where we start to diverge a bit. We're projecting similar rates to pre-COVID levels because, as I mentioned, we're thinking that traffic will recover. Even if it's not commuting traffic, we're still going to have more people on the roads, so there'd be more violations. And so we're expecting in 23 those amounts to recover back closer to pre-COVID levels. The 4.8 million is still a decline year over year. If you went back to FY19, we're still being conservative there. The judicial branch estimate is just even more conservative than that because they had noted a downward trend in revenues for motor vehicle fines and extended that trend further and a bit more aggressively than we had decided to. So, and I think I do believe that Donna Raymond is on the call and she could jump in and provide some more color on the judicial branch estimate if that's something the committee would like.
Donna, you want to make comments on the judicial branch numbers?
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon. So yeah, as Steve mentioned, I am a little more conservative, I think, by nature anyways, but I am trying to base it on data that I have observed through now December's and January's figures as well. But we are seeing a little bit of growth, which is encouraging, about 6%, I think. So that is reflected in our fiscal year 21 projections. And then in fiscal year 22, excuse me, I am still continuing to expect some growth, but also what is reflected in that number is the court's continued processing of backlog, because as has been mentioned in this meeting, the court staff have also been impacted by COVID, following the protocols of someone either test positive, has been around somebody who has tested positive, is caring for someone in their home, that type of thing. The circuit court, which processes the motor vehicle fines, mentioned that a couple of months ago, about 25% of their staff were out at one time or another dealing with COVID-related issues. So it did impact the ability for the courts to continue to process these cases in a timely manner. So the uptick that you're seeing in fiscal year 22 is reflecting the continued catch-up of those cases. I'm assuming by the time fiscal year 23 rolls around, the courts will have been caught up. I'm hoping in the next 6 months that will be the case. But with other things going on with these new COVID variants that are out there and the uncertainty about those, I don't want to be too optimistic about that. I'd rather be a little more conservative. So again, by the time fiscal year 23 rolls around, I'm assuming that the additional revenues that you're seeing as a result of catch-up are no longer there. But I wanted to reflect this downward trend that we have continued to see, I think, since fiscal year 2016. And I've often pondered what causes that. I mean, it's year over year, it is consistent, it is undeniable. Now I believe back on January 1 of 2016, about 8 motor vehicle types that had been must-appears were changed to plea by mail. So yeah, I would expect that a lot of people would take advantage of the plea by mail option. And so we would see a reduction in our revenues based on those 8 citation types, whereas safety would see an uptick from those. And then the other thing that changed, I believe, I don't know if it was exactly the same time, but right around the same time was some of the highway speeds were increased in the north part of the state from 65 to 70. So again, you would expect to see less tickets being issued as a result of that. But again, we're going back 5 years now. Why do we continue to see this undeniable downward trend? And I've been pondering how we could get at that. And I really don't know anything other than to look at by, citation type, the amounts that are being issued. So we kind of get a baseline. Are we seeing trends there? We have to look at it over the years. And then of those, how many of them are plea by mail? And of those that are actually plea by mail, how many people choose to do that? How many people choose to contest it, go to the courts, and then what is the outcome? So what I'm trying to say is I think it's possible to get at this data, but I think it would be a lot of work. But I don't know any other way to try to untangle this, because other than those 2 factors that I mentioned, I don't really know other significant changes that would account for this continued downward trend that we've been seeing.
Donna, on the plea by mail, is it cheaper than?
No.
It isn't.
No, it's an opportunity for you to maybe have your fine reduced or not issued at all. But if you are found guilty, you pay that amount, I guess is the way I should answer that.
Okay. But that doesn't explain why the downward trend.
I don't think so. I mean, again, is that you have to look at it over the years and say, are less tickets being issued? Yeah, it could start from there, but we don't know. Unless we look at the data, it's really hard to say.
Okay. Representative Bromley.
Yeah, there. I got it. Okay, I had to get to the button. Thank you, Representative Major. So we got 3 factors here. Less cars on the road would probably impact less tickets. We got plea by mail, which you can match up with, the other side in terms of those are getting the plea by mail. But the backlog, on the backlog, so how many of these cases are jury cases versus just going before a judge? I would imagine they'd be less likely to have 12 people, jurors sitting next to each other in the COVID times versus just having a judge hearing.
Correct. I would not expect that very many, if any of these are jury. I think they're all, yeah. And I would think a lot of them don't even go before a judge. You may be meeting with the prosecutor to discuss the case.
Just playing out or something?
Yes, right.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Representative Alamy.
Thank you. I was wondering, don't you have records of how many of the cases are motor vehicle fines, and the Department of Safety have records of how many tickets they issue and get fines back for? That could just be
Correct.
added together.
Well, I believe at the end of the day, safety would have all of the information because it starts with somebody issuing a citation to someone, which is on safety's end. Then it's a matter of is the citation eligible for plea by mail? Some of them must appear they're coming to the court regardless, but safety would know that. Then it would also know if they are plea by mail, right? But then of those that are plea by mail, do people wish to contest them? Then it comes over to us. But eventually there is some resolution to the case. Either, they're found guilty and have to pay it, or they're found not guilty for whatever reason and they don't have to pay it. And then that information gets sent back over to safety. So I believe, like I said, at the end of the day, all of it rests with safety. The courts would not know about the plea by mails because that's dealt directly with safety.
And if I may, Representative Major?
Steve.
Yeah, so Donna's absolutely correct. If you think of the citations, they're being issued by state police and they're being issued by local PDs. We have an electronic ticketing system, which state police utilizes and many local PDs utilize, which allows us to capture that data very easily. Those local PDs that aren't using e-ticketing are using paper tickets. And those are all coming in and have to be entered in on a very manual basis. So if you look at the driver of this revenue, the first driver really is volume of tickets being written. And that's the piece that we need to determine what's a reasonable estimate, which will bring us back down to the first level piece, which will bring us back down to how many tickets are being issued is a measure of how much traffic is on the roadways, how many officers are available to issue tickets, those types of factors. Then the split occurs. The plea by mail is easy because it's the written posted fee that will be paid. The court fine component, there might be an adjustment, and so that's where there's an opportunity for the judges to potentially waive the fee entirely or reduce the fee amount due to inability to pay or hardship or those types of things. So there's a lot of leeway, and that's another layer of uncertainty that falls into this level of revenue source here. So even if we know the total ticket amount, we're not going to know how that's going to be adjusted in 2023 if people are contesting them in the courts. So I think what it comes down to is, safety and the two different estimates are assuming a different baseline level of ticketing, because eventually we're seeing a decline, but the decline won't go to zero. The decline will eventually level off and be the new baseline. We're assuming that new baseline would bring us to about 4.8 million. And the judicial branch is assuming that new baseline would bring us to about 4.1 million.
Just a question of interest. On a plea by mail, what is the range of fines on these plea by mails?
Oh gosh, I don't know off the top of my head, but one of the changes that Donna mentioned at the beginning, those were the high speed fines that used to be must appears. I think those were up to $400. Those are some of the highest fines. And then the lowest, the lowest fines, you know, a lot lower than that. But I'm just going off of memory. I could certainly get actual figures for you, but it's usually up. It could be up to around $400.
But on the low part, typically if you go through a stop sign or if you're going 5 miles over the speed limit, what would typically be the cost of one of these?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm gonna see if I can pull this up very quickly here.
The reason I ask is because if you're talking $50, $75, it may be cheaper for somebody that has to deal with this rather than taking a day off from work and transportation costs and all that. It's cheaper to pay the thing.
Yep. So I'm looking at the uniform fine schedule right now. That lists all of these violations. It looks like, you know, there's 4 pages of violations here. It looks like the most common amount is about $62. That's failure to dim parking lights, failure to yield to an emergency vehicle. It looks like $62 is going to be the lowest.
Okay, that gives me an idea.
The highest fine on here, just for point of reference, is it looks like it's refusing inspection for a dyed special fuel, and that's $1,240.
There certainly wouldn't be many of those.
I would hope not.
But as far as speeding, how fast do you have to go and to make you not eligible for a plea by mail?
How fast for what? The highest amount?
To make you not eligible for a plea.
Make it not eligible. It looks like, so all of that was the change that occurred. All the speeding tickets can now be pled by mail. It used to be that the highest rate, so 21 or more over the limit, those, I believe those used to be must appears. Those have changed. So now if you're speeding 26 miles an hour or more over the limit in a 55, it's a $434 fine. And in the past, that was a must appear at the courts.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Okay, I don't see anybody with their hands raised. Do you have anything else to go through, Steve? Oh, yeah,
Nope, just I'm available if the committee has any questions throughout the process. We're more than happy to provide any information we have.
Scott, do you have anything else to contribute to this? Okay.
Again, I have nothing else, but I mean, if it's some questions anybody has, I'd be happy to answer them.
Representative Bromley.
Looking at the two numbers for the 2 out years. So we have actually, when you add the two together, they're almost identical. Safety's estimate on fines and judicial branch's estimate on fines. So if we got 4.5 and 4.6, that's 9.1. And then when we add the last year, that's 4.8 and 4.1 is 8.9. So you're only off by 0.2 when you add them together. So, you know, I think one is estimating less judicial branch for their reasons and probably safety. You're projecting more, maybe you're anticipating more of those plea by mails, and judicial is estimating less plea by mail. So but the estimates come in very close for those 2 years. That's all. Just my observation.
So the bottom line on line 27 shows the total revenue going from 238 in 21 to 249 and 251 in 23, which is relatively flat.
So Representative Major, if I might, so that's includes the safety estimate on from line 17. And then line 28 is the judicial branch estimates that are on line 18.
It's almost the same.
Yep, they're very close. And I just wanted to make sure the committee was aware there was a slight difference between the two estimates. I wasn't trying to create a bigger issue that might be there, but just so that you were aware there might be a slight range.
Okay. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we want to thank Steve, Scott, Donna, and Maria for coming to present their information. And thank you.
Thank you.
And Representative Major, Dawn is going to stay on the line and talk to you about the court's unrestricted general fund revenue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to stop this share and put that up.
And that would be
so when you look at this, it's column I. So those are the court fine and fees, the unrestricted general fund revenue. So if there was any question specific to that, Donna would be able to address that for you today. She gave a fair amount of detail in her presentation the other day, but I'm sure she's happy to address any questions you have.
that's column I on the 5th page of those revenue sheets. Donna, you want to say anything first?
I guess what I would just say, kind of reiterating what I said in my presentation last week is this is several different streams of revenue going into this total that you see. And the largest amount of this is what we call other fees, but around 65-75% of other fees is records research. And that has continued to perform quite strongly despite the pandemic. And as I had mentioned last week, I think New Hampshire's economy has actually fared better than a lot of states in the country as a result of the pandemic. And we're still seeing a very strong housing market. And so we have people calling in to do records checks on people who may be renting from them. We also have people who continue to employ individuals and want to do records checks. So that has continued to do quite well for us. Another large part of this revenue is entry fees. And entry fees, again, for the most part, there was obviously the dip that everybody experienced, I think, in the last quarter of fiscal year 20, April through June. But after that, we sort of saw a return to normalcy. So again, that has continued to do quite fairly well for us. Trying to think if there's any other pieces here. Bail forfeitures, it's tough to say how people are going to behave. Obviously, that's the people who pay bail and then don't show up for their court hearing, then they forfeit the bail. Fines have also, they've gone down a little bit as a result of the pandemic. So I predicted a little bit of an uptick in 22 and held it steady in 23. So not a lot of change there. And some of what we report is also default fees collected by safety, and those are their figures. And they've continued to project a steady increase in 21, 22, and 23. And so that's kind of, that's most of what makes up the amount that you see there.
Questions from the committee? Representative Haken Phillips. Haken Phillips, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up, Donna, about what you're saying and just see, do you have any overall impression about the year-to-year decline in the number of cases before the courts right now because of COVID, as opposed to other years when you haven't had those court closures, et cetera?
I do not. That's not the kind of data I usually get into. I can certainly look into that for you. I mean, my sense is, you know, ultimately, people's behavior hasn't changed all that much in terms of how litigious they are. I think we saw, you know, there's a couple of problem factors at play here. One is just everybody reacting initially to the pandemic in those first 3 months of the last quarter of fiscal year 20. Then we've had, you know, some issues in terms of jury trials, right? We've had to be very mindful of how many of those we can conduct. So my sense is there is stuff in the pipeline that needs to get processed. I think the circuit court is doing better in terms of how much of its staff is out as a result of, you know, staff response to COVID, either, you know, being exposed themselves, caring for somebody, that type of thing. That's gotten a bit better over the last couple of months. And my hope is that as we get warmer, things will open up a little bit. Air quality is a big issue with COVID, as we're finding out now. So I'm hoping things will get a little bit better then. We've been working with an epidemiologist to figure out how we keep our courts as safe as possible. So there have been times when we've had to cancel jury trials. So again, there's backlog built into that. But you know, I'm hoping that as we get better at this and also can conduct things remotely, we've done a big shift to be with WebEx and things to be able to conduct trials remotely. But obviously, to conduct hearings remotely, but obviously jury trials, you can't quite do that way. So it doesn't solve everything. We are, you know, working through this to find solutions, and hopefully we will see some of that backlog resolve as a result of it.
Yeah, I think it would just be an important correlation to draw. If you see a 5% docket decrease and there's also a 5% fine decrease overall,
right,
it would make complete sense. But
right,
it's hard to know without having that kind of background information.
Right. Like I said, I can certainly ask to see if we can get that.
For the committee, if you go to page 12 of the report that the judiciary gave us when they met with us on the 12th, it has a breakdown of all the components that make up the $12 million. And the other that Donna talked about represents about 40% of their total contribution. But page 12 of the document that was presented to us on the 26th will show that. But we just had it. There you go. So that's 13. Okay. You get the same kind of number on page 13, but you can, on page 13, it reflects 21, 22, and 23.
Correct.
And if you look at the other fees on 2020, you see the 6.1 million, and the total to the highway is 13.3. So you're talking better than 40% of that has to do with the other fees. And the other fee has all those things that you refer to, record checks and interest, etc.
So Representative Major, if I could just interject there, you want to take the subtotal line. That is the court fees that you're counting in that unrestricted courts bucket. The penalty assessment on the next line down below, that's included in the other category, the other revenue category. So what Donna has shown you on the sheet is the total unrestricted revenue that's sent over for the general fund is this amount that I'm highlighting right now, but it's in two different buckets, right? So this line is in the court fees and fines bucket, and the assessment line is in the other fund bucket.
Right, and then if we go up above to the other fee where it's the $6 million, that's the bulk, that's the biggest.
Yep.
Correct.
Revenues.
Right.
Okay.
Yep, and that's what Donna started with, yep.
Okay. So there's a lot of things that make up
Mm.
total. Representative Helmy, you.
I was just on, it had been brought up by someone, I think, that on the courts are going to all electronic for record searches at some point soon. And the question is whether you charge for that. I think the person who talked assumed that you didn't charge for the record searches.
I don't know who else may have spoken about it. I know when I have appeared before House Ways and Means over the last several years, I have always brought it up just to keep it in the back of your minds. I have not heard anything recently about this becoming public records search and therefore free of charge. Like I said, that $6.3 or $4 million, about 65 to 75% of that is records research fees. So it is a sizable chunk of that amount of money. So I only bring it up in case something does happen where that does become free of charge. That would represent, around a $4.5 million reduction to the revenues that we would take in. But as I said, I have heard nothing more about that progressing.
So we have to watch what we do.
That's right.
We want to do those things, but
Yeah.
there's a cause and an effect.
Right. Right.
All right, any other questions for Donna? I don't see any hands raised. So thank you, Donna, for coming in and going over this with us.
Great. Thank you very much.
Chris, what else do we have?
That's all you had scheduled for today, Representative Major.
Okay. So tomorrow, we'll start at 9 o'clock with liquor and then go on to insurance, securities, lottery, fish and game, and other. And then we'll be through the revenues for the time being. This is just so that you can ask questions about the various things that affect the revenues.
Representative Major, I just want to make one quick comment, actually two quick comments. The statewide property tax revenue, which is generally accounted for by DRA, wasn't something they spoke with you about. That's set statutorily to be 363 million.1. You sometimes get 363.2, depending on how the calculation goes for valuation, but that's the statutory limit. So that wasn't discussed, and I don't think that there's really a debate unless there's going to be a change to the statute that drives that, the statewide property tax. So that's why they didn't talk about it. But I just want the committee to know it's on the schedule, it's on the worksheet as one of your revenue sources. The other is the tobacco settlement. I did not invite the Attorney General back to discuss that. I think he was pretty clear in what he discussed the other day that he really doesn't have anything to add until sometime in April when he sees what they're going to get for this year's settlement amount and then possibly what impacts might be occurring for future years.
That makes sense. All right, any questions from the committee before we?
Mr. Chairman, do you have on a date that we're going to be trying to put numbers to these? Yeah.
I have an estimate, but it's not, I need to sit down and talk with both you and Pat about how we want to proceed on that. We still have some questions that were like brought up today. We need to bring somebody in to so we better understand the COVID situation and what can or can't or could happen. And we need to take into account as we do our estimates, because that COVID affects a lot of our revenues. And I feel it's important to get that information before we finish that. But we need to be in a good position by the 16th of this month, which isn't too far away. Because I want to be in a good position before we meet with the governor's budget director on the 18th, so that we can ask very intelligent questions of him, of why, and see if his revenue estimates are anywhere near what our draft revenue estimates are at that point in time.
Thank you. I think we have a blank day next week then.
We will be having work sessions. And
thank you.
I need to get a schedule out by tomorrow noontime. We do know that on this, we have this Thursday, we have full day of public hearings. We have full days of public hearings a week from Thursday. And on the 17th, we have a full day of public hearings. We need to have an exec session, especially to get the early bill. I hope to maybe this Thursday we can do that. That one early bill, which is House Bill. I can't remember the number on it.
It's Representative Abrami's liquor bill.
Right. We want to get that out next. Maybe we can get it out this Thursday. Because we say that executive sessions may follow on each day that we have public hearings. So we have 3 more days of public hearings scheduled, the 4th, the 11th, and the 17th. The 18th, we'll meet with the governor's budget director. So now in between that, we have work sessions to do. So, and then we also have to meet as committee as a whole on bills that we've heard that we need to work on, and also as a committee as a whole agree on those bills that we don't need any more information. We can either ought to pass as is, or ITL, or ought to pass as amended, or the amount of work needed, we don't have sufficient time, we have to identify to be retained. So we need to have time to do those things. So I've got to schedule those. So knowing all this,
I have
everybody should be reviewing the bills that we've already heard and those that we haven't heard, so that when we do have the public hearing, we ask the right type of questions.
So,
Representative Tucker?
yes, I thought today's been a really good day. And it occurred to me that really it's a lot easier to hear when we're all on Zoom from our home offices than it is the hybrid, which because of the microphones turned out to be hard for us at home to hear those of you who were in the hearing room. And I just wanted to comment that maybe the microphones could be adjusted in the hearing rooms, or maybe we should reconsider whether Zooming from home isn't really easier for everybody to hear.
You know what? That's on my mind. I talked to the speaker that if actually Aaron, who's the chief of staff, I says, if you can't fix those microphones, then we should really do public hearings by virtual.
Yes.
And
It would be nice for you to have the feedback as to those of us at home, how we're perceiving it.
that's what I
Say,
said.
I don't mind a bit not having a 2-hour drive each way.
What
So-
I said to him is that what effect is the public hearing? People can't hear people. It's a waste. And so what I was veering to is holding our public hearings virtually. Now, today, they had to hold the public hearing virtually. And that's a good excuse to continuing it. So I'm working on that.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Norm,
Yes.
one option is to actually, everybody who shows, if they want to be there in person, bring your laptop with you and use that and turn off the microphones, other than the one that we used on the table for the people. It's rare that someone's going to testify in person, other than a rep that's around.
They're the only ones that can testify.
We turned off the microphones because the problem we had was that it was feedback. I had my laptop turned on and it was too close to a microphone. It was getting feedback. So if we turn off the microphones and just all use our laptops, then you can say, well, why do we even go there? It was just a camaraderie for those of us who were there. I kind of enjoyed the fact that I met couple of new members. We had a chance to chat. I mean, other than that, I tend to agree. I know we could probably accomplish this without going there physically, but I enjoyed the camaraderie in between things. Thank you.
I agree with you, but if people can't hear, they can't understand, then it's a waste.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Norm, but I think one way we can handle this is if you're going to show up, use your laptop, turn off the microphones so that there's no feedback, is what I'm suggesting. And maybe you could talk to Aaron. Well, we'll talk offline about this.
Right, and it's also difficult. Some people have desktops, they don't have laptops.
I'm one of those. I don't have.
Also, some of us with laptops don't have enough battery power that we could survive the meeting.
You know what I did, Representative Ami? I brought my own extension cord and strip and plugged in.
Yeah. And
There's actually, they did provide some additional extension cords for this, because there's only a couple of outlets in the room.
and I have an iPad because my laptop is so heavy and power that I couldn't bring it. And trying to conduct a meeting with an iPad, very small, it's not easy.
Well, anyway, I just thought I'd bring it up because I thought you'd like hearing the feedback.
Well,
And I think a public hearing, it's nice to be able to hear.
I think tonight I'll hear how well today went for those that had to conduct all their meetings virtually today, and see how that did. But you're right, it'd be nice if we could meet, but I've got slews of grandchildren, great-grandchildren. I can't even see them anymore. Or neighbors and friends, and we're all in the same boat. So, anything else? Oh, my wife interrupted me this morning to let me know that at 1:10 tomorrow, if I show up at a certain place, we can get our first shots. So tomorrow, it's only scheduled for the morning, so I shouldn't have any problem getting my first shot of the virus,
You are lucky.
of the vaccine. I mean,
I haven't gotten mine.
I was scheduled for the 18th, but I had to throw that out, make you jealous.
I think Representative Gorg had a question.
Representative Gorg.
It wasn't so much a question, just a comment to Representative, well, so the multiple laptop in a room actually will do feedback as well. So when you hear the echo, when that means somebody has multiple audio. So if you're sitting next to somebody who also has Zoom, you're gonna have an echo. So just keep that in the back of your minds if you, as a solution to in-person.
Yeah. It's not easy conduct business under this COVID. So let me find out tonight how well the hearings went today, and don't be surprised if we change this into complete virtual on Thursday. We'll have today tomorrow to warn you if we have to. Okay, any other comments, questions? Well, thank you for being